Welcome everyone to the final day of our conference at the Institute of Ismaili Studies in London on Fatimid Cosmopolitanism. For anyone joining us on this day, my name is Gregory Bilotto, and it's my pleasure to have you all here. Our first panel today, we have three, will be on Fatimid state and statecraft. And the host, the chair for this panel will be Professor Dr. Verena Klemm, who is also the chair of Arabic and Islamic Studies at the Institute of Oriental Studies at the University of Leipzig in Germany. Dr. Verena Klemm, I turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. And hello and greetings to all of you on this panel on Fatimid statehood and statecraft. I especially welcome the speakers, Dr. Hasan al-Khoee and Daryoush, Dr. Daryoush Mohammad, and of course, Professor Paul Walker. I'm asked, or I would like to announce that every speaker has 20 minutes. You know this already. At the end of all the talks, we will have a discussion of around 20 or 25 minutes. Okay, and then we enter into a break. So, Dr. al-Khoee, you are giving the first lecture on the Kitāb al-Majālis waʿl-musāyarāt and its role in the justification of Fatimid state policy. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Klemm. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues and organizers of this conference for the invitation. I'd just like to begin with sharing my screen. Can everybody see the screen? That's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you once again. The Kitāb al-Majālis waʿl-musāyarāt of Qadi al-Nu'man. This provides a very extensive series of eyewitness accounts, almost entirely concerned with the reign of the Fatimid Imam Khalifa al-Mu'izz li-Dīnillah. I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes on the introduction before going into the main topic here, just to introduce the work. It's dated to around the date of the composition is not entirely clear, but it's generally dated to between 351 and 360, 962, 971. Professor Stern was suggesting the earlier date, the editors of the work suggesting the later date. And I think in general, because there's a complete lack of any mention of the Fatimid conquest of Egypt, and we can probably date it for 969. Now, the work has long been recognized in scholarship. Its usefulness especially has now been well established from the times of Professor Stern, Professor Tashrawi, the Ya'lawi, works of Klemm and Dr. Michael Brett, or pretty much anybody who's worked on Fatimid North Africa has mined the Majālis extensively for the amount of primary source eyewitness detail it gives regarding the reign of al-Mu'izz. Now, just generally speaking, the way the Majālis is organized, it's a extensive series of almost, and I'll come back to this question of its organization, standalone episodes, usually involving al-Nu'man in the presence of al-Mu'izz, either at the Fatimid court, or either during one of the processions or mokibs, or during one of the excursions of the Imam Khalifs where al-Nu'man was part of the entourage. Usually it would involve some kind of discussion or some kind of particular event that was being discussed, and then which al-Nu'man would relay and thereafter provide his own extensive exposition as to the account. Now, while the usefulness of the work has long been recognized, what the precise nature or purpose of the work is perhaps a bit less clear. Professor Sumaya Hamdani did extensive work on the Majālis, and she situated the work as part of al-Nu'man's broader efforts of creating a Zahiri paradigm in the genesis of the Fatimid state, and that this work in particular was part of his effort to cast a historical, almost akhbari image of the Imam Khalifa al-Mu'izz, one that was wholly consistent by presenting al-Mu'izz in the best light and through the notions or through the prism of the ideal the ideal, archetypical, just Islamic ruler. And this was in contrast to the kinds of histories or the kinds of works that were being produced by the Shi'i Imam, for example, in contemporary Shi'i communities in Iraq, which were more concerned with sort of eschatological or soteriological presentation. Now, al-Nu'man himself, when he says, well, what's the purpose of this work, in his introduction, talks generally about the necessity of why he felt compelled to do such a work for the rewards that he would gain in relaying the traditions of the Imam, etc. Now, the work is clearly one of the Ismaili da'wah. The way it's organized, its structure lends to its edification, its structure lends to its use in the context of the Majālis. It's seemingly hundreds of disparate episodes can sort of be isolated and taken out and you recited or used for edification purposes. As Professor Hamdani notes, this is how it continued to be used over the following centuries in Fatimid and Ismaili community. Now, whether it was used exclusively for the da'wah is uncertain. As Professor Walker notes, that we know many of, unlike other works of the da'wah, we know many of al-Nu'man's works were widely circulated as part of Fatimid strategies of legitimization. Now, we know, for example, in the case of the Iftitah, this becomes very, very widely, al-Nu'man's becomes very widely circulated, pretty much forming the core base for so many of subsequent histories of the early Fatimid period. I would suggest, and from my own findings, that we actually do also see reflections of the Majālis in later works. So, for example, the Majālis' descriptions of the circumcision ceremonies of al-Mansuriyya in 351-962 do find very close reflections in al-Maqrizi's Ihtiyāt a few centuries later. But in terms of its purpose, Professor Walker, who I'm honored to be sharing a panel with here, has suggested that the book certainly had its purpose in portraying Fatimid rule in the best light. And it was designed to show how the Fatimids hoped to appeal for the sympathy and the political loyalty of their subjects. So I want to take up here from Professor Walker's suggestion that the book was an appeal for political sympathy and loyalty. Because what becomes apparent in a detailed reading of the text is that a significant portion of the text is concerned with providing official responsa. That is, authoritative positions to questions and controversies relating to the first 50 years of Fatimid rule. Now, by questions and controversies, what I mean here is either responses to direct questions or responses to accusations, claims, polemics. And these can come from within the da'wah, from within the broader Fatimid polity, that those who are living within the Fatimid realms, from rival hostile classes, but especially from rival and neighboring powers, namely the Umayyads. And what we see across the work, in fact, probably one of the overriding themes of the work, is providing responses to these kinds of questions. And they cover a full range of themes. So we have responses to direct questions, some about court protocol, which we'll examine in a moment, some about doctrinal issues, like, for example, at what age can the Imam succeed his predecessor? But then we have a broader range of questions that are also being addressed. Why is there opposition to Fatimid rule? Why was Abu Abdullah al-Shi'i killed? Why was al-Mansur able to defeat the rebellion of Abu Yazid, but al-Qa'im wasn't? So often across extended passages, we find responses to major issues, like the question of errant da'is, the social status of the Qutama, social status of the Saqalib, corrupt governors, corrupt officials. And that these are official responses because, as we well know, al-Nu'man's works were imprinted with the authority of Allah. So what I want to state here before moving on quickly is that the Majālis, what I want to position here is that the Majālis is reflecting a polity of the Fatimid polity with its ears to a polity that has its ears to the ground. And it's notable that one of al-Nu'man's own roles in his early career was to bring news from Cairo to the court. That the Fatimid state was highly conscious of public perception and the opposition and the kinds of polemic directed against it. And that this approach to statecraft may cast a necessary reimagining of the nature of the Fatimid state. Because one of the most widely essentialized arguments we find repeated is that the Fatimid state essentially survived due to its hegemonies over military force and economy. And that once these disappeared, Fatimid rule also disappeared. Yet this seemingly conflicts to what is known about the distinct attention the Fatimids paid towards legitimization. whether in Egypt it's program of public inscriptions, it's the notions of legitimacy conveyed by ritual, or in the Afriqian phase, as Professor Walker has again noted, its emphasis on the public-facing Fatimid khutbah. So what I want to look at here is how the Majālis represents not only questions of concerns with questions of legitimization, but how persuasion remained a central aspect of Fatimid state. So what I want to look at is just a number of quick case studies, and the Majālis is a very extensive work. And the examples that we could have been brought here are numerous. But one of the first is a direct response. Now, I know some of the following slides will be quite text heavy, so apologies in the first instance, but I won't be reading through the extract, just rather using them as. In the first case, one of the first direct responses comes regarding a particular controversy. And this is the question of proskynesis, taqbil al-ard, or literally the kissing of the earth. This generally refers to the practice used by the Fatimid elites where they would kiss the ground before the Fatimid ruler. Hasan discusses this in the Egyptian context. Al-Nu'man elsewhere discusses this in his Kitāb al-Himma. But what's notable here is how much of a controversy this has become. So I want to start with what we have before us, how al-Nu'man deals with this issue. And it's interesting because this tells us something about his own method. He begins with the extract that we see before us, where he stands before al-Mansur billah and kisses the ground before him. And al-Mansur expressly forbids him from doing so. Nonetheless, al-Mu'izz, who's there and still at this point an Amir, tells al-Nu'man to continue to do what he's doing. Now, it's first important to note that in the wider Muslim practice of al-ard becomes a well-established feature of Abbasid court ceremonial, as discussed by Sodal and Aziz Azhar. But nonetheless, we only seem to find this question of his controversy and the question of whether this is whether this act is an actual act of kufr or disbelief in the Fatimid context. So al-Nu'man continues as he continues with his in his discussion. He said, despite al-Mansur's prohibition, he continues to kiss the earth for al-Mansur, and he posits this through a quite elaborate argument that because kissing the earth is something that is good, al-ma'ruf, something that's recommended or desirable to do, the prohibition of something that is ma'ruf cannot be an absolute necessity. And therefore, al-Mansur's order was more like a test or an imtihan, in the same way that God ordering Abraham to sacrifice Ismail was it. And then al-Nu'man adds that despite me continuing to do so, al-Mansur thereafter no longer forbade me, and I always remained in his good grace. Now al-Nu'man turns to the question of the controversy, where he says it's incumbent now to recall the haughtiness of the ignorant regarding this and their takfir to whomsoever does so. And he enters into an extended discussion about why, firstly, those who pronounce. Now we don't get a sense of who these. Now we get a direct sense of who these people were, and they seem likely to refer to firstly elements within the Fatimid court, because he actually refers them as being present before the Imam Khalifs but not kissing the ground. More likely, it refers to, for example, the circles of the Maliki ulama in Qayrawan. And the general argument for those who condemn this practice is that the kissing the ground resembles sujood, the prostration in prayer. And this is something al-Nu'man now directly addresses. And therefore, sorry, as the argument goes, therefore, because they're doing sujood to the Imam, this is an act of kufr, or an act of disbelief. Now, al-Nu'man goes into his extended discussion. Firstly, if sujood is kufr, then in the Quran, in Surah Yusuf, when Ya'qub and his sons prostrate to Yusuf, whilst they were prophets, were they doing kufr? First. Secondly, he says, we don't even, let's put that aside, we don't even say this is sujood, because the actual act is quite different. So let's say, for example, somebody in his prayer kissed the ground but didn't put his forehead on the floor. Would that count as a sujood? Well, clearly not. Furthermore, and this is why we find that this actually opposition is coming within the court, from elements within the court. These people who say so, they kiss the hands of the imams. He's talking about the Imam Khalif. But they transmit from some of their predecessors that the kissing of the hand is like sujood, but at the very least, it's like the rak'ah, the bowing in the cycle. So basically, first by positioning that this is not sujood, that this is a completely different act, this is an act of glorification, and that it's not forbidden, etc., and Nu'man provides this response. But he goes on to clarify that this is one of the heaviest criticisms that the ignorant have placed upon us, and emphasizes the necessity of providing this response earlier in his account. So from here, we can go on to the second response, which is the question of transmission between different reigns. And this is a broader area of responses, but nonetheless, it seems to answer a major question of why was there such major ostensible difference in the policies and the approaches of the Imam Khalifs between one reign and the other. The important background here is the rebellion of Abu Yazid al-Nukkari, which we don't have time to go into, but which devastated the Fatimid state over its 6-year periods. And by the time of al-Mu'izz's reign was still in the very recent memory of the Fatimid state. Al-Mu'izz's reign itself only begins 6 years after Abu Yazid's rebellion. Now, the reign of al-Mansur bin Allah and al-Mu'izz li-Din Allah see very different approaches to both the question of rebellion and the question of how to deal with the aftermath of the rebellion, with al-Mu'izz taking what as Idris Imad al-Din, in his own rendition or in the Uyun, when he begins his discussion of al-Mu'izz, talks about how al-Mu'izz took a much more tolerant, lenient, forgiving approach, pronouncing general amans, pronouncing general general forgiveness over, etc., etc. So what we find is that this question repeats across the Majalis of why do al-Mu'izz's policies differ so much from al-Mansur's? And to who this question is directed is likely, for example, the Qutama Sheikh, Safalaba of the armies, people of Da'wah. Now, just to spend a minute here, one of the impressions that on this actual issue is that one of the impressions gained from the Majalis, and something we see reflected in scholarship, is that it's generally haphazard. It's either miscellaneous or doesn't have a specific structure. And it's clear that each of these sessions, and I'm sorry for the sort of text here, each of these sessions in the Majalis can stand alone, can be read in isolation. It also seemingly goes forth back in time, although I would argue, and this is in a separate place, that we do see a general chronology. And we can see here the archetypical structure of a typical Majlis. There's a particular event, a khabar, which al-Nu'man will relate, in which a particular pronouncement is made. He therefore goes on to provide proofs and meanings. And by proofs, he's not, of course, he's not trying to affirm the statement of the Imam, but rather he's trying to affirm the meaning of it for himself and therefore for the audience, and then goes into an extended exposition as to the meaning. This is a very archetypical schematic structure. In its significant parts, we find sort of different ordering, different, etc. But the general idea we've seen is that the Majalis are generally disordered. But what I would suggest is that, in fact, we do find significant clusters, thematically bound, that in the work, despite it being a totalizing work on all aspects of the Imamah, we find across significant segments of different Majalis, questions that are being repeated again and again, that necessarily build off each other. And an important point here is that we regularly see self-referentiality in the Majalis, where Nu'man says, as I've discussed before, as I discussed elsewhere, as I will discuss in the future. So if we look at the blues highlighted section here, what we find here is that what are seemingly different and disparate Majalis, including the one that we've just discussed on the permissibility of kissing the ground, which goes on to the next Majlis, which is on al-Mu'izz's knowledge. And the next Majlis, which goes on to how al-Mu'izz ordered for a building in the judiciary, despite al-Mansur not previously declining to do so. And then the next Majlis, and then the 8th Majlis regarding al-Mu'izz's severity versus the leniency of, al-Mansur's severity versus the leniency of al-Mu'izz. What we find is that each of these are directly addressing the question of the transition period and why al-Mu'izz's reign necessarily differs from that of al-Mansur. And the general response being provided here, which is something that's already built up over the successive Majalis, is that the al-Mu'izz's knowledge is an inheritance of that of al-Mansur, and that therefore how they deal with certain issues is actually the same and not different. And this is coming up in this kind of idea which I've labeled here as i'tilaf, not ikhtilaf. And we see this, for example, that in the sixth session, why did al-Mansur decline to build a specific building for the judiciary, but al-Mu'izz agreed to do so, is that al-Mansur did it from one aspect, which was in order to publicly manifest the prestige of the law, because al-Mansur wanted the legal cases to be heard out in the open, whereas al-Mu'izz wanted to do another aspect. And critically, al-Nu'man emphasizes there is neither change nor diversion. There is no ikhtilaf. It's all.
Excuse me, Dr. al-Khoee, but we have to come to an end now. So maybe
Okay,
you have some last sentences now.
Okay, so in my final class, what I will look at is that we'll also find, for example, there's questions on why did al-Qa'im was unable to defeat the rebellion of Abu Yazid, but al-Mansur was, again, because this question of that each of them reflects different aspects. Why is there opposition to the Fatimids? And al-Mu'izz's response is, well, why was there opposition to Ghali? Because of the whole emphasis on establishing the truth. And al-Mu'izz across the work consistently responds to slander. So on that note, I think I'd like to end with this idea that what we find in the Majālis is a reflection of a state that is wholly and directly concerned with the nature of public perception towards it, and an environment in which polemic and counter-polemic between different states and between different dynasties, between rival classes, are constantly being addressed and constantly being reinvested. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. But now we have to, it was a very fascinating paper, and I think we have some questions for later on. And now we come to our next speaker. This is Dr. Mohammad, Daryoush Mohammad Poor, and he is like Dr. al-Khoee, working in the Institute of Ismaili Studies, as far as I understand. And I welcome you, and I'm looking forward to hearing your paper. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Klemm. So thank you very much for the invitation to the team, to Gregory and Dr. Jiva for the organization of the conference. What I will be speaking about today is twofold. First, what we know of Fatimid pluralist and cosmopolitan policies is deeply rooted in a Shi'i interpretation of governance, allegedly traced back to Ali ibn Abi Talib. Therefore, there is a legitimization of an earlier recommendation which the Fatimids put in practice, and they gave it an ethical substance. Second, the pluralist and consequently cosmopolitan ethos dominant among Fatimids was more than just a lofty idea. It was a practical effort to bridge the gap of balance, the normative identity-based doctrines of Ismailis with a humanist, universalist approach to governance. For the first part, I will cite the direct source from the Nahj al-Balagha while being cognizant of certain difficulties regarding the text. In the 1st century, Ali ibn Abi Talib appointed one of his close companions, Malik al-Ashtar al-Nakhai, who died in year 38, 568, as the governor of Egypt to replace the governor who had been installed by Muawiyah. Before sending Malik to this fateful mission, which led to his death through poisoning, Ali is reported to have written a letter to Malik, which is known as the Covenant, Ahd of Ali. The text of this very lengthy covenant is preserved in the existing collection of Ali's speeches and letters by Sharif al-Rathi in the Nahj al-Balagha. In a critical assessment of the text of the Nahj al-Balagha, Sayyid Muhammad Waris Hasan writes in his PhD dissertation, which has remained unpublished since 1979, that, I quote, "The language is so ornate that one is forced to believe that it is the work of a careful composer rather than that of a caliph troubled by war and dissensions," end of quote. Be that as it may, the author goes into details of various later texts which reproduce the covenant as authored by Ali himself. What remains important is that the content of the covenant remained to be known as a Shi'i one. The reception of this covenant as the Shi'i code for political practice continued to be quite potent and powerful at the time when Fatimid Imam Caliphs had established a firm grip over power in their territories. The text of the covenant contains the first example I will be using to argue that internally within the Shi'i Ismaili doctrine, there is already plenty of references to creeds or doctrines which guide the cosmopolitan approach of the Fatimids. Here is the ethical element, and I quote, you see the Arabic text over there, I did English. Infuse your heart with mercy for the subjects, love for them and kindness towards them. Be not like a ravenous beast of prey above them, seeking to devour them. For they are of two types, either your brother in religion or your like in creation. Mistakes slip from them, defects emerge from them, deliberately or accidentally. So bestow upon them your forgiveness and your pardon, just as you would have God bestow upon you his forgiveness and pardon. For you are above them, and the one who has authority over you is above you, and God is above him who appointed you. He expects you to satisfy their needs, and through them, he tests you. This is the foundation of a pluralist vision which seeks to improve the quality of life of people regardless of their differences. So how does this lead to cosmopolitanism? At the heart of cosmopolitanism is an openness to the other and a spirit of hospitality. The stranger is not seen as a threat, but as a guest. The Fatimids displayed this vision at all levels of their estate. Many office bearers were not Ismailis, and some were not even Muslims. What mattered was their competence and merit. In order to get a better sense of how this differs in other contexts, we can easily draw parallels between states or rulers who are constantly paranoid and are in perpetual fear of not only foreigners, but also their own subjects or citizens in modern times. To them, everyone is potentially a threat. They need to be suppressed and contained before they are strong enough to overthrow those in power. One might argue that this happens in all states, democratic or not, but it does not require extensive argument to show that there is a difference between the behavior of pluralist ones and monist ones. This is where Fatimid political pragmatism becomes important. Pragmatism is not an approach or a strategy to always control and dominate others. Getting results is not only meant to be for the benefit of us. If you have a political pragmatic solution to a problem, it will only work as long as it is not a zero-sum game. Therefore, the Fatimid style of leadership can best be described as a non-zero-sum or a win-win situation where different groups of people find a degree of satisfaction in society. Let me go back once again to primary sources to demonstrate the flexibility of Ismaili doctrines during the Fatimid era towards human beings. In a lengthy qasida, Nasir Khusro, the Ismaili philosopher-poet during the reign of the 8th Fatimid Caliph al-Mustansir, writes, "Khalq hame yek sare nahal khudayand hiç nabadkan to zin nahal o nabishkan. Dast khudawand bagh khalq daraz ast, bar hasak u khar hamcho bar gul o susan. Khune be nahaq kandan, khune be nahaq nahal kandan ou ast. Dil z nahal khuday kandan برکن گر نپسندی همی که خونت بریزند خون دگر کس چرا کنی تو بگردن." Human beings are all like trees planted by God. Do not ever try to uproot these trees or break their branches. The garden of humanity equally cares for flowers and lilies like straws and thorns. Shedding blood unlawfully is like uprooting God's tree. Banish the desire of uprooting God's tree from your heart. If you do not wish your blood to be spilled, why then do you commit yourself to bear the burden of someone else's blood? Now let's compare the above from a passage with a passage from the aforementioned covenant, the Ali's covenant to Malik al-Ashtar. It is exactly the same text where the earlier sentence that I quoted is coming from. When he says, "Beware of unlawfully shedding blood. Nothing is more conducive to retribution, more momentous in consequence, more deserving of the cessation of blessings and the severance of one's term of life than the unjust shedding of blood." And it continues, as you could see on the screen. Now, these are just a few examples of primary sources and texts which can support a pluralistic and cosmopolitan vision in their own context, in their own time. Plenty of similar reinforcing and corroborating citations can be found in sources from earlier centuries and the corpus of Fatimid Ismaili doctrines produced by various figures in the Dawah. The history of the Fatimids, like the history of any other dynasty, is not a linear or a problem-free one. But historical sources almost unanimously agree upon the openness of the Fatimids compared with other dynasties, so I will leave this point aside to avoid entering the domain of polemics. These examples were meant to demonstrate how tradition and history of earlier generations and the intellectual background of the Fatimids, which is a theory here, reinforce their political action and practice. I now move to a more substantive philosophical assessment of cosmopolitanism and where the Fatimids fit in this narrative. Again, my focus will be on two themes, pragmatism and ethics. As a methodological tool, or rather a corrective lens, I would like to take contemporary debates on cosmopolitanism as a guide while being cautious of dangers of anachronism, because not every comparison of the present and the past is anachronistic. Cosmopolitanism, as understood in the contemporary world after the Enlightenment, involves engagement with certain new elements, most notably the nation-state settings and national ideologies. Patriotism and the importance of a national flag did not quite make sense in medieval times, including during the Fatimid rule. But these themes were practical, useful, and a source of identity in the modern world, and they arguably continue to be so, even though they may be seen as one-sided and petty. Commenting on the idea of cosmopolitanism, Heinrich Laube, the 19th century German playwright and novelist, writes, and I quote, "Nowadays, in our concern for humanity, we tended to lose sight of human beings. And in this time of conflagrations, cannons, and fiery speeches, this is abject. The idea is a beautiful thing, too large for almost everybody, and it remains a mere idea. If it does not take on a concrete individual form, it might as well have never existed," end of quote. He was, of course, critical of German patriotism and could see the tragic outcomes of it as it was in full display a century later during the World War. In defense of cosmopolitanism in the modern European context, Ulrich Beck writes, and I quote, "Cosmopolitanism has ceased to be merely a controversial rational idea in however distorted a form. It has left the realm of philosophical castles in the air and has entered reality. Indeed, it has become the defining feature of a new era, the era of reflexive modernity in which national borders and differences are dissolving and must be renegotiated in accordance with the logic of a politics of politics," end of quote. Beck's observation is that cosmopolitanism used to be merely a controversial rational idea. It did not seem practical when compared to patriotism, at least in the European context. It was modernity which enabled this idea to descend from the philosophical fortress onto solid lands of reality. Therefore, he believes, like many others, the cosmopolitan outlook is both the presupposition and the result of a conceptual reconfiguration of our modes of perception. Fatimid cosmopolitanism is a point not easy to understand from a European perspective after the Enlightenment, because the conceptual reconfiguration appears absent to them. Pre-modern times, according to the logic of the reason of enlightenment, operates in the either-or framework, the logic of patriotism and nationalist ideologies. Beck's generic observation is that thinking in either-or categories prevails not just in classical sociology but also in sociobiology and in ethnological theories of aggression and conflict. The practice of exclusive differentiation is seen as a necessary principle of anthropology, biology, political theory, and logic, which, all false idealism aside, compels us to differentiate between all kinds of groups, be they tribes, nations, religions, classes, or families. Whoever is naive enough to disregard this logic promotes aggression. That is the argument, end of quote. Beck provides some principles of the theoretic framework for the operation of cosmopolitanism. For the purpose of my discussion, I cite his melange principle. It is the principle that local, national, ethnic, religious, and cosmopolitan cultures and traditions interpenetrate, interconnect, and intermingle. Cosmopolitanism without provincialism is empty. Provincialism without cosmopolitanism is blind. How is all of this relevant to Fatimid cosmopolitanism? Fatimids had already started their campaign in a cosmopolitan manner. Their army consisted of Kutama Berbers and North African tribes who were not Ismailis in the first place, and some never became Ismailis. The subjects of the Fatimid state were mainly not believers in the caliph as the Shi'i imam, but just the caliph and the head of the state. The da'wah system has its own internal diversity with the presence of different ethnic, linguistic, and philosophical cultures among them. This can be seen in the range of the doctrinal systems that the da'wah produced over centuries. We have all the elements of a clearly recognizable cosmopolitanism as we understand it today, yet we had what Beck would see as provincialism. I would call that the Ismaili identity, or rather the normative element of the Ismaili Fatimid thought. What manifested itself in the affairs of the state in a pluralistic manner was internally belief in a singular objective truth which was tolerant of others, but was never epistemologically and doctrinally pluralist. What remained was the cosmopolitan empathy. This is what one can visibly see in the covenant of Ali to Malik. People are of two types, either your brother or religion, or your light in creation. Again, if we switch back to modern times, we have the same ethos expressed in the language of Alexis de Tocqueville. And I quote, "All men think and feel in nearly the same manner. Each of them may judge in a moment of the sensations of all the others. He casts a rapid glance upon himself, and that is enough. There is no wretchedness into which he cannot readily enter, and the secret instinct reveals to him its extent. It signifies not that strangers or foes are the sufferers. Imagination puts him in their place. Something like a personal feeling is mingled with his pity and makes himself suffer, while the body of his fellow creature is in torture." End of quote. Now, this is a lengthier version of what we find in the covenant attributed to Ali. Let us not make any mistakes. The Fatimid time was certainly not the 20th and the 21st century Europe. There were things which would not be easily tolerated. Cosmopolitanism was never understood as relativism in their times, nor is it understood as such today. Certain ideas were just not born there, which is why at the outset I warned against anachronism. A simple example may help us here. In a truly pluralistic vision in contemporary times, gender equality is an important principle. No one should be deprived of their social, individual, or political rights because of a difference in wealth, education, faith, or gender. Some of these elements can be seen when looking at Fatimid times, but the absence of other aspects in and by themselves does not make them non-cosmopolitans either. One only needs to compare them with similar dynasties during their own times and in their own context. What I'm arguing here is that unlike how people like Laube and later Beck see patriotism as practical, it was cosmopolitanism that was practical for the Fatimids. And it was not just a beautiful idea. It was essential to the governance system. It would have been impractical to have an entire empire whose subjects all profess Ismailism as their faith. I now turn to one final observation on ethics. This is not an exclusively Fatimid theme, but an integral Ismaili idea which has been dominant for centuries in the intellectual history of Ismailis. The simplest way of describing this theme is to say that reason and revelation are not at odds with one another. This is of course true, but it eclipses certain critical points in Ismaili thought that require further excavations. Reason, and by reason we mean the autonomous human mind, is a pivotal counterpart to the reception of faith. Ismailis took this idea so far as to claim that the Shariat is founded on intellect. A temptation has been there with many commentators to immediately offer a kind of interpretation of intellect and reason to turn it into something above and beyond human reason, which is the product of the brain that we know. A classical example which forcefully rejects this is found in the very first sermon of the al-Majālis al-Mu'ayyadiyya. Now, I'm not going to read the text, it's a long piece, but the key argument of al-Mu'ayyad is that, in very simple terms, is that you could go to the Prophet and ask him for the reason behind certain commandments and certain injunctions in Islam. And if the Prophet fails to give you the answer, you have the right to say that this is not a prophet. It doesn't make any sense. And then he concludes after a series of arguments that the Sharia, the religious law, has to be founded on intellect, on reason. And this is something that ordinary people could relate to. It is not something metaphysical, something angelic, something prophetic, something that ordinary human beings do not have access to this. Now, in the same sermon and in his other sermons, al-Mu'ayyad follows the same argument, and on numerous occasions he employs the same rational methodology on his esoteric exegesis of the Quranic verses. What we see in the above passage is a radically rational engagement with authority. Even the Prophet does not remain immune from such engagements. All commandments in religion are therefore rational, and there must be a reasonable argument for ordinary human beings when they ask for a reason for them. What I would like to add here and take it to the next step is that such an approach to reason and Shariat leads us to a very critical point, which is also integral to Fatimid cosmopolitanism. And this is the point. Ethics is prior to Shariat. Ethics is not the product of religion. The Shariat adapts itself to reason, and therefore ethics, which only makes sense in the presence of reason, comes before the Shariat. Why is this important? Because without such a view of the relationship between faith, intellect, and ethics, at any given time, human beings, custodians of truth in different era, are easily tempted to speak the truth and therefore seek obedience from all people, disregarding intellect and ethics, even with all the limitations that we have in human intellect and the ethical systems we have. Now, this is what I call hubris, is sharply at odds with the cosmopolitan ethos. This is why I argue that Fatimid cosmopolitanism is based on ethical sensibility and practical possibilities rather than just beautiful, lofty, and abstract ideas. In conclusion, I would like to circle back again to contemporary times. This is about the current institutions of the Ismaili Imamate as we see them in the structure of the Al-Khoee Development Network and its ethical underpinnings. If we follow what I've just described so far in terms of the roots of Fatimid cosmopolitanism, one can immediately recognize in the key motto of the AKDN what we see in the Covenant of Ali, in the poem of Nasr al-Khosrow, and in the writings of al-Mu'ayyad Fatina Shirazi. Improving the quality of life is a contemporary reiteration of they are of two types, either your brother in religion or your like in creation. I would like to end here with a citation from the present Ismaili Imam from his speech in Evra University on 12 February 2006. In this concluding passage, the critical point is intellectual humility, which is the cornerstone of pluralism and cosmopolitanism. Without this humility and the recognition of our limitations, we are tempted to move towards the either or divisions and the narrowing of the heart and the mind, ending up in exclusivist monism.
In the ethical realm, as in the educational realm, one of the great stumbling blocks is arrogance. Even the resurgence of religious feeling, which should be such a positive force, can become a negative influence when it turns itself into righteousness. All of the world's great religions warn against this excess. Yet in the name of those same religions, too many are tempted to play God themselves, rather than recognizing their humility before the divine. A central element in a truly religious outlook, it seems to me, is the quality of personal humility, a recognition that strive as we might, we will still fall short of our ideals, that climb as we might, there will still be unexplored and mysterious peaks above us. It means recognizing our own creaturehood, and thus our human limitations. In that recognition, it seems to me, lies our best protection against false prophecies and divisive doctrines.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you also to you, Dr. Daryoush Mohammad, for his interesting thoughts and reflections on cosmopolitanism, which is, of course, it's very center of, thematically, it's the very center of this conference. And now I would like to come to the last speaker of this panel. This is Professor Paul Walker, who is known to all of us as one of the most productive and prolific authors in Ismaili studies. Hello, Paul. It's so nice to see you again.
Yes. Hello, Verena. It's been a long time, and the last time was in your hometown, if
yeah,
I'm not mistaken. A long time ago.
More than 10 years ago, yeah. All the best. So hope you are fine, and we are looking forward to your probably fascinating research on Fatimid archives. Please, Paul.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be back to the conference. Let me start off by saying that in Islamic culture, from almost the very beginning, the importance of secretaries or people who wrote documents for public figures, almost anyone, were critical. And in fact, Al-Khoee, our great expert on this topic, gives a list, a considerable list of those figures who served as secretaries to the Prophet himself. So this is an essential feature of Islamic culture from the beginning. The increase in the number of people who were called katib, or kutab, plural, is noticeable all the way, particularly for the 8th, 9th century. We start to have manuals in the 9th century telling people how to perform the task of being a katib, a secretary, or a clerk. But the problem here that I want to address in a little more detail is, when does this become a formal bureau of government? Not that I have a particular answer to that question, but I want to deal with the Fatimids in relation to that very question. So one of the things that is useful is to see Al-Khashandi's own list. Can everyone see that? Or am I, okay, yes.
Yeah.
So here's the list of all the products that a formal chancery, a bureau for the production of documents and communiques, would be asked to produce. Not all of these, and I will go on to give you some translations. Not all of these would be done by each and every dynasty, but you can see that the range is significant, and it includes all kinds of occasions or documents in which the policies of the ruling government might be expressed, or let me put it in another way. For the Fatimids, in these particular occasions, how often does the Shi'ism of the dynasty, the imamate of the ruler, come to the fore? But let me give you Al-Khashandi's own judgment. Am I have myself in front of that? There we go. Okay, when the Fatimids had taken control of Egypt, they devoted an extreme amount of attention to the chancery, the Diwan al-Insha. And again, okay. And its clerks, the kutab. Its value greatly increased because of them, and its repute spread far and wide. The chancery was staffed by them with a collection of the most talented and eloquent of clerks, including among them both Muslims and dhimmis. That's critical. So think about this as we begin here. The chancery is charged with expressing the policy in the full range of matters of the administration and of the imamate itself, and in the form of the caliphate. So why and how could a dhimmi, that is a Christian or a Jew, perform that task? To produce a document that expressed in some fashion the Ismaili loyalty necessary or inherent in the caliphate itself. Well, let me, oops. I want to stress here at the beginning that the Fatimid dynasty was never reluctant or hesitant about expressing its claim to the imamate of the Muslim community. And here is just a fairly radical but very early announcement. That is, the Caliph al-Mahdi removed names that were in public places, on mosques, palaces, bridges, and put his own name on. And here are a couple more of these critical. So Abu Abdullah had the khatibs of the mosque of Al-Qada and so on include in the khutbah blessings on Muhammad, on his family, on the commander of the believers Ali, on al-Hasan, al-Hussein, and on Fatima the Radiant, and so on. That is a very clear statement of a Shi'ism. And this is right from the very beginning. Okay. Further move myself off the screen here. When the morning dawned on Friday of the day following al-Mahdi's arrival, he sent out a note ordering that he be prayed for from the minbars, and he dispatched it to the khatibs of Raqada and Karawan, telling them to invoke the blessings on Muhammad, on Ali, Fatima, al-Hasan, al-Hussein, and the imams among the progeny. So you can see that this message needs to be in most public documents. And here, is the so I want to dwell a little bit at some point here on the particular head of the Chancery that's mentioned here in Arabic. So this is an order for the writing of a sigil by Abu Mansur ibn Surin. Ibn Surin is an historian Christian, but he's the clerk and head of the Chancery. So how does a Christian perform that task? And let's go back to Kalkashandi's statement. These people who were in the hired for the Fatimid Chancery were exceptionally talented and fully trained with a huge range of skills. Okay, let me go back, however, to North Africa, where, and what happens in the Fatimid period is that the North African phase shows most of the traits of the government bureaucracy, but in a very, very limited fashion. It's only in the Egyptian phase where it's fully developed. So just one example is in North Africa, no one was given a title except the Imam Caliph himself. So Jauhar, who is mentioned here, was simply called the clerk. So here is an important statement. After the accursed deceiver, the judge Dajjal, Abu Yazid, was defeated, at that al-Mansur Billah ordered his slave, Jauhar, the secretary, to send by post official letters to all the religions announcing the victory. He also wrote to the Ustaz, Jawdar, a large format document in which was enclosed a letter in the hand of al-Mansur Billah, expressing so on. Unpack this, it's very interesting, and it's a critical statement here, because this is the moment that al-Mansur becomes al-Mansur. Until that point, although he had succeeded and his father had died, that fact was kept hidden and secret. But it was after defeating Abu Yazid that he announced that he was, in fact, the Imam, the Caliph, with the title al-Mansur Billah. So, and the second thing is that notice Jauhar is a slave, and in fact he was, until at least that point. He was not freed until later. He is a Slavic slave from Sicily, and yet he has become the head of a residual chancery acting for his imam. He had to acquire fantastic Arabic, the ability to do this, and he acts in this fashion. Almost to the end of his life, he is generally often cited as al-Katib, not al-Qaid, not the commander, even though he was the incredible person who took an army to Egypt and actually conquered it and then ruled it for 4 years. Okay, but one more interesting detail is that he produced this large format scroll for the official thing, and then he sent other copies of it all over the place to announce the thing. And then he enclosed a letter in his own hand for Jawdar, a personal note in the hand of the Imam himself. This will become more important later. So Ibn Sirin. One of the first things that we hear about Ibn Sirin occurred in April, on April 7th in the year 1000, the 15-year-old Caliph al-Hakim decided that he could no longer tolerate the misbehavior of his kind of keeper, Barjawan, and he ordered his assassination. That caused, it happened suddenly without warning, and it caused consternation throughout the government, and people poured in to try to find out what was going on. The imam went to them and announced, expressed publicly why he felt he had to do that. But that succeeded and it calmed the situation. But in addition, he asked the head of the Chancery, the Christian, Ibn Sirin, to compose a sigil to send out to everyone explaining. We have the text of this sigil, and it reads in part, from the servant of God, his deputy, the Imam, al-Hakim bi-Amrillah, commander of the believers, to all Muslims. And he asks God to bless his grandfather, Muhammad, the seal of the prophets and the Lord of the apostles, and his most pure family. Then he explains why he felt he had to kill Barjawan, or have him killed, including quotations from the Quran. This is a Christian writing this. There are 7 Quranic quotations in this fairly short sigil. So you can see the talent that is required of a Christian to be head of this chancery. He has to be able to feel, first of all, what the policy is. And as far as we can tell, this is exactly what al-Hakim wanted him to say. And then express it in Arabic with Quranic proof texts and so on. It's impressive, the ability of this man. Okay, a couple of other stories about Ibn Sirin, one of which is that at one point, the Imam wants to change the person who's running the government, the Wasita, from Hussein, the son of Jauhar, to Salah, another emir. But he doesn't want it known publicly at all. He doesn't want any advanced message. So he goes to al-Musabbihi, another emir, and our historian who reports this, and he says to him, please get Ibn Sirin to write the appointment decree, but keep it absolutely secret. Al-Musabbihi goes to Ibn Sirin and explains what he needs to do and has him swear on the Gospels that he will not say anything in advance. Another quite ironic, but it's a critical in sense in talking about this man, Ibn Sirin, is that when the Imam al-Hakim decides that it is necessary to have the Church of the Holy Sepulchre destroyed because of a fraud that's practiced in it, he gives the job of writing to order the destruction to the head of the Chancery, and that's Ibn Sirin. So this Christian is tasked with composing this decree and sending it to Palestine to the agent there, who then goes to Jerusalem and incites a mob to do the destruction. The great irony of the poor man who must have, we have no way of knowing whether he felt any remorse or not, but he did perform the task that he was called on to do. One last little tiny detail with Ibn Sirin is there is a later event when Hussein, the son of Jauhar, and Abdulaziz, the son of Qadi Noman, have felt that they are really seriously under threat by the administration and the government, and al-Hakim flee with their families into the Nile Delta and hide. In order to induce them to come back, we are told explicitly that al-Hakim wrote them personal notes. This personal note from the Imam is critical. It's different from the product of the Chancery. I'll come back to that at the end here. So the Chancery, this institution which becomes formal and becomes famous in the Islamic world because of the skill and eloquence of the clerks who are employed in it. But here is a master list of Fatimid Chancery clerks that I've culled from all the sources that I've been able to use. And you notice Jawhar Sakili, Yaqub ibn Kilis, and a number of famous people. In fact, we go all the way to the end. Some of these people in their own right have become extremely famous because of their incredible ability to write these documents in such beautiful fashion. And the most famous of all is one of the final ones, al-Qadi al-Nauman, who in fact, as did others, kept copies of their own products, and then later on were able to kind of issue collections of their sigils, if you like. Well, one close to the end here, let me explain that this is simply what I have found in terms of the documents where we have the text, not the original copy, but the text itself is recorded in some other document. And here, just very quickly, to give you an idea, appointment of somebody in charge of the Mazalim, appointment to the Wazirate, appointment of Daibat. These are all found in Kalkashandi's famous 14-volume collection of documents, many of which are Fatimid. So you can see the extent. My estimate is that we have probably 300 copies of the text of Fatimid products of the Chancery. But you can see it includes very minor roles. The commissary of sheep, the person in charge of the commissary of sheep, there is a sigil model of how to appoint someone to that role. Okay, one final note. This is much later on, and I mentioned the Caliph, the Imam Caliph's personal note, which at the end of the Fatimid rule becomes a regular feature. So, and now we're under al-Faiz, one of the last caliphs. So this is an event in which Ibn Razik is being honored and appointed and given the title al-Malik al-Salih. And Makrizi says that had not happened with anybody before. But what I really want to point out is that we have the sigil, and then it says it's written on the border of the sigil. That's probably Tara, not Tura. In the hand of al-Faiz, a personal note affirming, and these personal notes are not just a few words, but they can be 5 or 6 lines. So the Imam is affirming the validity of this. Now, the irony is that al-Faiz is 5 years old. Was he able to write? Did he have a handwriting that he could write? And could he compose this kind of thing? And I think the answer is certainly not. So in fact, by the end of the Fatimid dynasty, even the personal notes of the Imam are being composed and put out by the Chancery itself. So thank you.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the next part of the conference here at the Institute of Ismaili Studies in London. We will be discussing Fatimid architecture and the ceremonial. And I will be moderating this session with the next 4 speakers. So our first speaker today is the very distinguished Professor Ayman Fuad Sayyid, who has worked for the Arab League, IFAO, Institut Français Jacques Ligue Oriental, and Al-Azhar University, all in Cairo. He was a visiting professor in Paris, Tokyo, Kuwait City, and Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today, Professor Sayyid will be joining us from Cairo, and he will deliver the first part of his presentation in Arabic for 10 minutes. And then Dr. Walid Ghali here at the Institute has kindly offered to summarize his presentation for the next 10 minutes in English. So, Professor, if you're ready.
Yes, I am with you.
Okay, marhaba.
شكرا جزيلا.
Al-Fadl.
Thank you very much. Excuse me that I speak in Arabic, but it is very difficult for me to see expression and of the Fatimid ceremonial in English. First of all, أقول أن الفاطميين عندما دخلوا إلى مصر كان وصولهم إلى مصر وتشييدهم للقاهرة نقطة تحول مهمة في التاريخ الإسلامي، وهي التي حفظت له مكانة خاصة في التاريخ. كانت القاهرة طوال العصر الفاطمي مسرح الاحتفالات الموكبية التي كان يترأسها الأئمة الفاطميون، والتي كانت تنطلق من القصر الفاطمي الكبير الشرقي وتخترق شوارع القاهرة، كما كانت مركز الدعوة الإسماعيلية. كانت القاهرة أيضا مركز الدعوة الإسماعيلية في العالم الإسلامي من خلال مجالس الحكمة التي كان يقودها داعي الدعاء الفاطمي في جامع القاهرة الذي عرف بعد ذلك باسم الجامع الأزهر، وفي المحول بالقصر الفاطمي الشرقي الكبير. هكذا أدخل الفاطميون إلى مصر والقاهرة بوجه خاص العديد من الرسوم والاحتفالات الرسمية التي تطلبها مذهبهم العقدي، ونظام البلاط الجديد، ونظام التشريفات البروتوكول الذي كان يطبق في المجالس والاجتماعات التي يحضرها الإمام الفاطمي، والتي أراد الفاطميون أن يجاروا بها في ذات الوقت رسوم البلاط في البلاط العباسي ورسوم البلاط في البلاط البيزنطي. وعندنا المستشرق الفرنسي الكبير ماريوس كانار عمل مقارنة بين رسوم البلاط والسيريمونيال اللي موجودة في الدولة الفاطمية، وعنده بروفيجونيت الكاتب البيزنطي المعروف. وإذا كنا لا نعرف الشيء الكثير عن رسوم الفاطميين في الدور الإفريقي عندما كانوا في تونس في شمال أفريقيا، فإننا نملك في المقابل معلومات وفيرة عن رجال البلاط وأوصافاً تفصيلية للاحتفالات الموكبية ومجالس الخلفاء كما كانت تتم في العاصمة الفاطمية القاهرة في النصف الأول للقرن السادس الهجري الثاني عشر الميلادي، دون شك في أعقاب تشكل وتطور بطيء لتقاليد هذه الاحتفالات ورسومها منذ انتقال الفاطميين إلى المشرق. ونجد هذه الأوصاف في الأساس لدى ثلاثة من مؤرخي القرن التاسع الهجري الخامس عشر الميلادي، هم القلقشندي والمقريزي وأبو المحاسن يوسف ابن تغربردي، الذين ويستحقوا ثقتنا الكاملة لأنها اعتمدت على مصادر من الدرجة الأولى ترجع إلى العصر الفاطمي نفسه أو إلى بدايات العصر الأيوبي، كتبها كل من ابن المأمون البطائحي ابن الوزير المأمون ابن البطائحي الشهير، والمؤرخ ابن الطوير القيصراني. القصر الفاطمي الكبير الذي كان يشغل حوالي خمس مساحة القاهرة الفاطمية حوالي 70 فدانا. تميز هذا القصر بوجود قاعة ضخمة وإيوان كبير خصص لجلوس الإمام الخليفة الجلوس العام، حيث كان يوجد سرير الملك وهو السرير الذهب الذي عمله جوهر الصقلبي عند بناء القصر الشرقي الكبير. وذكر الرحالة الفارسي نصير خسرو أنه كان يشغل عرض القاعة وعلوه 4 أذرع، وأنه مغطى بالذهب من جهاته الثلاثة، وعليه صور الميدان والمصطاد وغيرهما، كما كان عليه كتابة جميلة لم يحددها ناصر القصور. ويقدم لنا ابن الطوير قرب نهاية العصر الفاطمي من خلال وصفه لجلوس الإمام الفاطمي في القاعة الذهب وللأصمطة التي كانت تمد فيها، وصفا دقيقا لترتيب هذه القاعة ولمواضع أخرى من القصر، مما يعبر عن تصور الطبوغرافيا الداخلية لجزء مهم من القصر الفاطمي الكبير. وكانت قاعة الذهب مصممة على النمط المعروف بالحيري والكمين والأروقة، وهو نمط يرجع إلى عصر الخليفة العباسي المتوكل على الله. الرواق فيها كان مجلس الملك وهو الصدر يجلس فيه الإمام، والكمان ميمنة وميسرة فيهما من يقرب من الإمام من خواصه. نعرف من خلال الأوصاف التي قدمها لنا ابن الطوير، خصوصا في حديثه عن الأصمطة التي كانت تمد في هذه القاعة، قاعة الذهب، سواء في رمضان بصفة خاصة أو في الأعياد، قرب من يجلسون من الإمام وترتيب جلوسهم. وكان عقد المجالس يتطلب انتباها كبيرا في ترتيب جلوس الحاضرين تبعا لدرجتهم ومرتبتهم، وبالتالي قرب موقعهم أو بعده من الإمام، الأمر الذي يقدم لنا معلومات بالغة القيمة حول النظام الاجتماعي والسياسي الذي كان سائدا في هذا العصر. وكان صاحب المجلس وهو أحد الأستاذين المحنكين يتولى تنظيم المجلس وترتيب جلوس الحاضرين فيه ومراعاة نظام التشريفات والبروتوكولات في العموم، وهو الذي يعلن عن استواء الإمام على المرتبة إيذانا لبدء المجلس، يعاونه في ذلك مجموعة من الحجاب المساعدين. أما صاحب الباب وهو أحد الأمراء المطوقين فكان يقف هو والإسفه صلار على يمين ويسار باب المجلس، وتولى السماح لمن له رسم الحضور بالدخول إلى المجلس، وهو الذي يوصل إلى الإمام عن كل قائل ما يقوله. يعني الناس لم تكن تخاطب الإمام مخاطبة مباشرة، وإنما كان يطلب القول ثم يأخذه صاحب المجلس وينقله إلى الإمام. وإلى جانب الجلوس الأسبوعي للإمام الفاطمي بقاعة أو قصر الذهب، كان يتم بها استقبال السفراء والرسل الأجانب. ويصف لنا المسبحي في صدر العصر الفاطمي كيفية استقبال الإمام الظاهر لإعزاز دين الله الرسول القادم من خراسان في صفر سنة 415 تعادل سنة 1024 للميلاد. وإلى جانب الجلوس العام في مجلس الملك واستقبال السفراء، كان للأئمة الفاطميين أيام وجلوس أخرى طوال العام على هيئة مختصرة عن هيئة الجلوس العام، وذلك في المواليد الستة التي هي مولد الرسول عليه الصلاة والسلام، ومولد أمير المؤمنين علي بن أبي طالب، ومولد السيدة فاطمة عليهم السلام، ومولد الحسن والحسين عليهم السلام، ومولد الإمام الحاضر، يعني الإمام الذي كان يتم في وقته أو في زمن الاحتفال. ويكون هذا الجلوس في المنظرة التي هي أقرب المناظر وأقربها، وأنزل المناظر وأقربها إلى الأرض بباب الذهب. كذلك كان الأئمة يجلسون جلوسا عاما في ليالي الوقود الأربعة، وهي ليلة أول رجب وليلة نصفه وليلة أول شعبان وليلة نصفه. وكان أول استعادة للاحتفال بهذه الليالي في رجب سنة 516. ما عندناش معلومات سابقة عن فترة إمامة الآمر بأحكام الله ووزارة المأمون ابن البطائحي التي سجلها لنا ابن المأمون في سيرته التي رصد فيها سيرة والده الوزير المأمون ابن البطائحي. فيقول في سنة 516 في ليلة مستهل رجب من هذه السنة جلس الإمام الآمر ووزيره المأمون ابن البطائحي، حيث أمر الوزير بالتوسعة للجوامع والمساجد في الزيت برسم الوقود، وطلب من متولي بيت المال أن يهتم برسم هذه الليالي من أصناف الحلويات الخاصة بالقصور ودار الوزارة، كما أمر للقاضي ب50 دينارا يصرفها في ثمن الشمع. ولم يكن القصر الفاطمي الشرقي الكبير مجموعة قاعات استقبال ومواضع لسكن الإمام الخليفة وحرمه فقط، ولكن كان يشتمل كذلك على قاعة يجتمع فيها الإسماعيليون للاستماع إلى مجالس الحكمة التي يلقيها داعي الدعاء تعرف بالمحول. إضافة إلى ذلك كانت توجد أيضا الخزائن المختلفة مثل خزانة الكتب وخزانة البنود وخزائن السلاح وخزائن الدرق وخزائن السروج وخزائن الفرش وخزانة الكسوات وخزانة الأدم وخزائن الشراب وخزانة التوابل وخزانة الخيم وخزائن دار أفتكين وخزانة الجوهر والطيب. وكان الإمام الخليفة يمضي لزيارة هذه الخزائن ويتفقدها جميعا طوال العام، وله في كل خزانة دكة عليها طراحة مخصصة له، وكان لكل خزانة فراش يتولى خدمتها وتنظيفها طوال العام، وله راتب شهري. أنتقل الآن إلى جانب مهم من جوانب الاحتفالات التي كان يشهدها الإمام الفاطمي في فترة الخلافة الفاطمية في مصر، وهو ما نطلق عليه الاحتفالات الموكبية، والتي كانت تتم بالطبع خارج القصر الفاطمي الشرقي. كان للفاطميون رسوم في أول دولتهم شهدت زمن الآمر بأحكام، ولكنها شهدت في زمن الآمر بأحكام الله تطورا كبيرا بلغت من الفخامة حدا بعيدا، فوضعت قواعد صارمة للبروتوكول، حيث تقرر أن يجلس الإمام الخليفة الجلوس العام في قاعة الذهب يوم الاثنين أو الخميس من كل أسبوع، بعد أن كان ذلك يتم أول الدولة كيفما اتفق، يعني في أي يوم، لكن ابتداء من عصر الإمام الآمر بأحكام الله أصبح هناك نظام يجلس فقط يوم الاثنين ويوم الخميس. ورتب لركوب الإمام 3 أيام من كل أسبوع، هي يوم الجمعة ويوم السبت ويوم الثلاثاء، فإذا لم يتهيأ له الركوب في أحد هذه الأيام ركب في يوم غيره. وكان الوزير يركب في يومي السبت والثلاثاء بالرهجية إلى القصر، ثم يمضي مع الخليفة إلى النزهة في بستان البعل والتاج والخمسة وجوه وقبة الهواء، وهي أماكن في ظهر القاهرة في جانبها الشمالي الغربي، أو إلى دار الملك بمصر الفسطاط، وهي الدار التي أنشأها الوزير القوي الأفضل شاهنشاه ابن بدر الجمالي، أو إلى الهودج الذي أنشأه الإمام الآمر بأحكام الله بجزيرة الروضة. وقسم ابن الطوير ركوب الخلفاء الفاطميين في المواكب الاحتفالية في الفترة الفاطمية المتأخرة إلى نوعين من المواكب: المواكب العظام والمواكب المختصرة. وجعل موضوع الفصل الخامس من كتابه نزهة المقلتين في أخبار الدولتين هو الركوب في المواكب العظام، وحددها القلقشندي ب6 مواكب احتفالية يركب فيها الإمام في احتفال فخم، وحوله الوزير وكبار رجال الدولة بالملابس الفاخرة، ويطوف فيها البلدين القاهرة ومصر الفسطاط بترتيب معروف. أما المواكب المختصرة فكانت 4 أيام أو 5 فيما بين أول العام ورمضان، وتتم في أحد يومي السبت والثلاثاء. يعني كان أمور منظمة جدا. ويشمل الركوب في المواكب العظام. فندم؟
But this is not conductor. Are you concluding remarks?
I clean remarks. What remarks?
يعني خلاص؟
لا لسه.
Okay.
يشمل الركوب في المواكب العظام 6 ركوبات يتم كل منها برسوم محددة، منها 4 خاصة بمناسبات دينية هي على الترتيب: ركوب أول العام، وركوب أول شهر رمضان، وركوب أيام الجمعة الثلاث من شهر رمضان، وركوب صلاة عيدي الفطر والأضحى. وهناك احتفالان موكبيان خاصة بأعياد مصرية قومية، هي ركوب تخليق المقياس وركوب فتح الخليج. أما الاحتفال الشيعي الوحيد الذي يصحبه ركوب للخليفة وهو الاحتفال بركوب غدير خم اللي هو يوم 18 ذي الحجة، ولم يعتبره القلقشندي من المواكب العظام. طبعا هذه الاحتفالات كانت تتم في الفترة الفاطمية المبكرة إلى أن قطعت في فترة الحرب الأهلية وتسلط بدر الجمالي وابنه الأفضل شاهنشاه، يعني في النصف الثاني من خلافة أو إمامة الإمام المستنصر بالله الفاطمي. تراجع دور الأئمة كما تعلمون، وأصبح دور القائد العسكري أمير الجيوش هو في الوقت نفسه الوزير وأمير الجيوش وكافة قضاة المسلمين وهادي دعاة المؤمنين، وعنده كل الصلاحيات. فتعطلت كل هذه الاحتفالات إلى أن عادت مرة أخرى في اللقاء الذي تم بين الإمام الآمر بأحكام الله والوزير المأمون ابن البطائحي، وطلب منه فيه أن يعيد هذه الاحتفالات مرة أخرى. وتم هذا بالفعل ابتداء من عام 516 هجرية، وكل التفاصيل التي نملكها وقدمها لنا ابن المأمون وابن الطويل القيسراني تعود إلى هذه الفترة المتأخرة. وشكرا لحسن استماعكم. Thank you.
Okay, shukran jazilan, ya doctor. Now we invite Dr. Walid Ghali to summarize the key points.
Okay, I will do that, although it's difficult. I'm sure that many people were following Dr. Ayman, but thank you very much. I will try. I'll try my best, to be honest.
Thank you, Dr. Walid.
No, it's my pleasure, Dr. Ayman, you know
Thank
that.
you.
But I mean, two points before I start, if you don't mind, Gregory. I thank Russell, my colleague Russell Harris, who translated the abstract and shared it with me. And secondly, whatever this abstract says, it won't make any justice to what Dr. Ayman was saying in Arabic, to be honest. But I took some notes. I can share some examples for those who are interested to know more. So I would just start reading the text now. The Fatimid conquest of Egypt is incontrovertibly their most important achievement, and one which has guaranteed them a special status in Islamic history. This conquest did not just signify the establishment of governance in another place, but represented a far-reaching sociocultural religious upheaval, accompanied by a manifest transformation of the system of rule that created completely new state of affairs. For the first time in Islamic history, Egypt was ruled by a state that did not even offer lip service to Baghdad. With the entrance of the Fatimids, Egypt played an ever greater role in the Islamic world. And that role went through a fundamental transformation. The Fatimids claimed to be a great religio-philosophical, socio-religious movement which aimed at no less than changing and renewing of Islam in its entirety. They believe that their own imams alone to be the rightful rulers of the Islamic world. Their arrival in Egypt in the mid-4th, 10th century represented an unusual upheaval and a dangerous development for the map of the Islamic world of the time. For the first time in Islamic history, there arose real competition over the governance of the Islamic world, with two caliphs contending for domination, a Sunni caliph in Baghdad and a Shi'i caliph in Cairo, and with each of them seeing himself as the rightful rulers of the Islamic world. One might say that the Fatimids failed to win over the whole Islamic world due to their adherence to ideological challenges, for the sake of which they set themselves apart from the consensus of the Muslims. However, we may also state that Cairo, from which they wished to rule the Islamic world, has entered subsequent history by dint of its leadership role in the Islamic world in the face of foreign trends following the fall of Baghdad. Starting from the incursions of the Crusaders through the Mongol invasion invasion, and until modern times. This all underpins the far-sightedness of the Fatimids in choosing Egypt as the place from which to bring about their aims. It was never the intention of Jawhar al-Saqlabi or his patron, the Imam al-Mu'izz li-Dinillah, to establish a city in the usual sense of the word. Maqrizi tells us, I quote, "For all that, it was built to be a residence for the caliph, his intimates, soldiers, and select associates, as well as a stronghold and a safe place of refuge," end of quote. He added that, quote, "It continued to serve as the seat of the caliphate, a royal residence, and a stronghold resided in only by the caliph, his soldiers, and only those of his select associates whom he honored with his closeness," end of quote. Thus, Cairo during the first period was a fortress that contained a splendid palaces, barracks for the soldiers, and the seat of governance. The city was designed to be the administrative and military capital of the Fatimid regime and the center for the propagation of religious and cultural propaganda on behalf of the Ismaili madhab. Whereas Fustat, which reached its apogee in the early 5th and 11th century, was economic and commercial metropolis. Throughout the Fatimid era, Cairo was the scene of professional celebrations headed by Fatimid Imam, as well as being the center of Ismaili Dawah in the Islamic world, with the sessions of wisdom, Majalis al-Hikmah, led by the Fatimid chief Da'i in the Mosque of Cairo, which came to known as the Mosque of Al-Azhar. I end the text of the Dr. Ayman, but I have few examples. I think I will mention only one example because, as I said, the abstract won't make any justice of what Dr. Ayman was telling us. So Dr. Ayman just mentioned one of his examples that there was not enough information about the Fatimid ceremonial activities in North Africa, in Mahdiya, but there is enough information about the ceremonial and the Fatimid court in Cairo. And he mentioned three historians, three major books, one by al-Qalqashandi, and the second one by al-Maqrizi, and the third is Ibn Taghribardi, where they really relied on some reliable references from the Fatimid era. And they explained in details accounts about the ceremonials, activities, and the different types of ceremonies, including the 6 Mawlids, the Prophet's birth, the Imam Ali, and the birth of Fatima, the birth of Hasan, the birth of Hussein, and the birth of Al-Imam al-Hadir. I think I'll stop here and maybe I'll save more time for questions so I can do the balanced interpretation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we invite Dr. Ali Alibai, Assistant Professor of Art History at the University of Texas in Dallas. He specializes in cultures from the medieval Islamic world, and he will be speaking about the Fatimid Crescent. Thank you, Doctor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Gregory, for that introduction, and thank you to the Ismaili Institute, Ismaili Studies Institute, for hosting this amazing conference. Thank you to Shainul Jiwa, and just a special note, shukran al-Ustad al-Azim Ayman Fuad Sayyid, alladhi dirasatuhu fi tarikh al-Fatimi من نسبة لي في منزلة الأساس في بناء الدراسات الفاطمية. So شكرا لحضرتك.
شكرا جزيلا على هذا الكلام.
It's an honor being here amongst giants, and in the interest of time, I will just begin. On the day of Arafah, the 9th of Dhul Hijjah, September 973, the Fatimid Caliph al-Imam al-Mu'izz ordered that a shamsa be showcased in the Iwan of the royal palace at Al-Qahira. Shamsa, denoting the sun, Shams, was the name given to this ornament in the medieval Islamic lexicon because it was shaped like a medallion and likely dazzled by means of its elaborate embroidered, gilded, and jeweled encrusted surface. These ornamented textile hangings were traditionally commissioned by caliphs and sovereigns with the intention to be attached and hung over the drapery, the kiswa of the Kaaba in Mecca during the Hajj. Since Abbasid times, when the tradition was initiated, shamsas symbolically functioned to legitimize the ruler who sent them across long distances to be displayed among Muslim pilgrims arriving from all parts of the medieval Islamic world to Islam's holiest site. This is actually a picture of the mahmal, which is a Mamluk tradition, but the mahmal leaving Cairo was an interest of Orientalists and travelers to Egypt in the 18th and 19th century. It's an example of textiles being woven in a certain place to represent caliphal authority and being sent quite ceremonially to Egypt. Now, the shamsa is a different thing, so I don't want to get to the two concepts being conflated, but the link to authority is why I brought this engraving. Since al-Mu'izz made a meaningful decision to have the Fatimid shamsa publicly displayed, the visual ornamentation of this artifact arguably would have held specific meanings understood and appreciated by Fatimid society. And I must remind you that he did it within the palace, but it's on the day of Eid, which Eid al-Adha. So some of the public outside of the palace was invited to the Iwan to actually see it. According to al-Makrizi, the description of the Fatimid Shamsa commissioned by al-Mu'izz was even larger and more splendid than earlier Abbasid and Ikhshidid prototypes. Al-Mu'izz's Shamsa was a red silk brocade measuring a length and width of 12 spans in each direction. It was decorated with 12 golden crescent moons, a hilla, encircling the entire textile. Each crescent moon, hilal, had in its center a golden citron-shaped ornament fashioning an open work lattice surface. Inside each of these citrons were 50 pearls, each the size of a dove's egg, along with rubies and yellow and blue gemstones. Passages about the Hajj from the Quran written in emeralds were inscribed onto the shamsa. Large and rare pearls filled the space between the script. Powdered musk was stuffed in the interior of the brocade. This was no small or minuscule project. This was a very elaborate textile. Ironically, despite being a traditional shamsa, the ornamentation of golden crescent moons on al-Mu'izz's shamsa is noteworthy. The Fatimid shamsa is starkly different in its ornamentation patterns in comparison to earlier descriptions of Abbasid shamsas, also provided by al-Makrizi, which I won't go into here. Considering the religio-political role the shamsa must have had in medieval Islam, I want to pose certain questions and hopefully generate conversation. Why did the specific ornamentation on the shamsa, did it evoke deliberate symbolic connotations to the onlookers? So number one, why did al-Mu'izz choose crescent moons in particular to be the choice of ornament for this monumental artifact? Two, did crescent moons hold specific meaning within the Fatimid habitus? And three, and lastly, the main question, how can we talk about this specific shamsa and what I will talk about next in terms of cosmopolitanism? So the description of the unique ornamentation of the Fatimid Shamsa from Makrizi comes from an earlier account by Ibn Zulaq, a 10th century Egyptian historian. However, there is a more contemporary account describing the Shamsa present in a Qasida court poetry written by Al-Amir Tamim, the son of Al-Mu'izz, who wrote a panegyric to his father commemorating his showcasing of the Shamsa in the Cairene court. The poet prince has written several verses of panegyric and other descriptive verses. And in this one, he begins by praising the Caliph Imam al-Mu'izz, and then specifically moves on to praise the Shamsa, which begins with the verse praising the era of Imam Mu'izz. And so I want you guys to sort of connect this idea of era and time with the description of the Shamsa. So he says, Ya habbadha dahruka zulalo idha amarra dahrun wa asruka shanibu wa habbadha shamsatu allati nasabat yaqsaru anha al-madihu wal khutabu. How lovely is your purified epoch. When epochs have turned bitter, your era is so sweet. Oh, how lovely is the Shamsa raised up here in the palace, for which words of praise and speech fall short. And he goes on to then describe the Shamsa in detail. And I'll just read the translation here in interest of time, but a circle of crescents encompasses the central portion of the Shamsa. These crescents are not hidden by clouds. And this is something that I was asking, and thank you for this conference, that Professor Shalem sort of brought this idea of clouds and sort of not being hidden by clouds. I wonder if that is because of the contrast between the crescents and the red silk brocade fabric, perhaps, but that's for further exploration. It is as if plurals and jewels of the Shamsa are the stars of the night and their sky is of gold. It is as if your luminous virtues, manaqib, have been ornamented onto the Shamsa, and as if your noble esteem has been spread over it. The sun, the Shams, is obligated to veil itself from the Shamsa as any possessor of modesty would cover their face. It is in Tamim's poetry that the celestial ornamentation of the Shamsa receives the most attention, especially the crescent moon motifs. Tamim's association of the Shamsa's ornamentation to the Caliph Imam's virtues and noble esteems, I argue, suggests a symbolic connection between the choice of celestial ornamentation and the figure of al-Mu'izz. While this connection might seem to be an obvious conclusion, another point that I'm trying to make in this paper and a debate that I'm adding to is that in the field of art history, where the debate over ornament possessing deliberate and constant meanings is ongoing and, as we all know, quite contentious. While I do not want to spend time today to go into the scholarly nuances of this debate, the gist of both sides of the argument are generally that one side maintains that Islamic ornament is either a subset decoration that does not appear to have any other purpose than to enhance its carrier, or in more plainer words, a superficial addition to an object in order to enhance its effect on the viewer. The second viewpoint, the one that I tend to argue for in this paper, is that Islamic ornament of objects not only are based on theoretical values of aesthetics, but also carry a deeper meaning within the societies in which they are produced. The material that I will now present in this paper will argue for the latter by surveying specific connotations given to the crescent moon within Fatimid adab, theological texts, some hermeneutics, and jurisprudential texts. This paper argues that the ornamentation of the crescent in the Fatimid Shamsa, which was intended to be seen by all people coming to the Hajj, all Muslims, was meant to convey a deliberate symbolic message to the onlooker, rather than merely function as just a decorative motif meant to please the viewer. This paper further argues that the prominent use of crescents by the Fatimids in several other objects might have carried over the same meaning. As a practice, the sighting of the new moon, the Ruyat al-Hilal, the actual crescent moon, became the means by which Muslims determine many dates and events, such as the Hajj and the beginning and the end of Ramadan. This idea is expressed in the Quran in verse 2, Surah 2, verse 189, where it is said that they asked thee about the new moons, the Hillat, say they are fixed times, mawaqit, for the people and for the pilgrimage. This is often paired in jurisprudent texts with a hadith of the Prophet that says, do not fast until you see the new moon, and do not break the fast until you see it again. But when it is hidden from you, either by clouds or mist, give it a full measure or 30 days. These ideas made it customary to the majority of Islamic schools of thoughts that only through Ruyat al-Hilal could one determine the days of Hajj and Ramadan. Quickly stating, Ismaili practice was very different and quite stark in the face of all these other Islamic schools of thought. Ismaili practice called for a calculated measure of time, quoting or using Surah 2, verse 183 to 184 as the substance for that belief, in which the Quran states, "O believer, fasting is prescribed for you as it was prescribed for those before you. So maybe you will show piety during a counted number of days, ayyam ma'dudat." So adhering to a notion of a specific calculated number of days, the Ismaili practice was to adhere to a pre-calculated calendar of 354 days with a cycle alternating between months consisting of 29 and 30 days, where Ramadan always had 30 days. Now, it appears in historical texts that the Fatimids were adamant about maintaining this practice. Besides, and this is where it's quite peculiar, because we often see pragmatic pluralism as mentioned by Shainul Jiva, and I wanted to sort of talk about this in the framework of cosmopolitanism. So it appears that historical texts that the Fatimids were adamant about maintaining this practice, despite the large opposition to a calculated practice of determining the beginning and end of Ramadan in both Sunni and Shia communities. In 1038, the Fatimid Dai al-Muayyid al-Shirazi prepared the feast to break the fast of Ramadan in the courtyard of his house, despite that the local population of Shiraz had still not seen the hilal and were still fasting. When this became known, the Sunni population became infuriated with the local Ismailis who were celebrating Eid in Shiraz, and when they continued to fast on the 29th day. However, that evening, the hilal appeared in the sky, and the buoyed local authorities realized that the Ismaili calculation had been correct after all, and this infuriated the authorities even more. Because of this incident, the buoyed Wazir Ibn Mufanna summoned al-Muayyid to the next day and told him that he has to leave Shiraz. He's being exiled because the buoyed Amir Abu Khalijar was outraged at what had happened. So furthermore, then local qadis were called and they gave testimony that al-Muayyid was also spreading heresy. The incident indicates the length that the Fatimids and Ismailis went to maintain this particular practice. And now looking at it internally from an opposite side of the spectrum, adherence to calculated calendar days was strictly enforced, it appears, within Fatimid territories. A few months before the Fatimid Shamsa was made, and this is something that came out with this paper, and exhibited by al-Mu'izz in the palace, a Maliki judge in the Libyan city of Barqa opposed the Fatimid astronomically calculated calendar by promoting the practice of Ruyut al-Hilal and proclaiming that Eid al-Fitr was not on the fixed Fatimid calendrical day, but on another day. While the Fatimids practice, as I mentioned, a high level of pragmatic pluralism and religious tolerance, in this instance, they imprisoned and executed the Maliki jurists. And I would argue, and we'll talk about this in the question and answers, that the Fatimid notion of controlling public time appeared to be more expedient than the religious tolerance in this case. Why is that? The mention of the Ruyut al-Hilal in the Da'im al-Islam is present, but at the same time, Ismaili jurisprudence and later texts support this idea that the Ruyut al-Hilal is actually only a necessity when there is no caliphal authority that they link to the prophet. And this is something else that we can talk about in the future, but in the question and answer. But I want to talk about the adab, sort of the missing link here. It is through Fatimid era adab, alongside these other texts, that we see the meaning of the hilal representing the imam, and this idea of the imam and the hilal being as a connected sort of symbolic relation is very persistent in the Fatimid corpus of literature, the Fatimid habitus. So in a poem by al-Muayyid al-Shirazi that I just mentioned, who I just mentioned above, this was likely written on the occasion of Eid al-Fitr. Al-Muayyid writes in the honor of the Fatimid Imam al-Mustansir, the crescent hilalun bada min khilal ad-junna imam az-zamane minan nar junna. The crescent moon has appeared through the darkness is the imam of the age, the imam of the time, who is a shield from hellfire. Along with associating the hilal with the imam in his poetry, al-Muayyid also conveys similar ideologies within his Majalis, a collection of 800 of his weekly orations delivered to congregations of the Ismailis within Al-Qahira. In the 236 Majlis, he says, "O faithful, you will break your fast tomorrow without breaking with the breaking of the fast of the iftar of the imam, who is from the Ahlul Bayt of your Prophet. May Allah make your crescent moon hilal clear from coverings, from hujab, and may he protect you through the Imam. In his 327th majlis, he addresses the Muslim Ummah who look at the crescent moon to fast and says, quote, do they not understand that the Prophet is the luminous crescent moon and the bright and great light, since he is the true crescent moon, al-hilal al-hakiki, and the divine example. And do they not understand that the Imams from his descendants are the crescent moons, which are the fixed mawaqit for the people? Due to the esoteric nature of the Majālis, the linkage of the Imam with the hilal here is actually quite apparent and clear. These are in the texts that are usually put as sort of the adabi part of it and not the actual material. But al-Mu'ayyid goes on again to talk about this. But I want to sort of put this in light with the Fatimid jurisprudence of the authority of the Imam being absent is the only instance where you would practice Ru'yat al-Hilal. Now, in terms of, there are many examples prevalent in Fatimid literature which support this idea that I'm putting forward. In conclusion, I just want to talk about the material culture. Thanks to Dr. Sanders and other people on this panel, we know that Fatimid ceremonial in al-Qahira quite distinctively described by al-Maqrizi talks about the different people that would march through procession. And in there, al-Maqrizi points out that the lances in the Fatimid ceremonial often were crowned or surmounted with crescents. We also have the crescent of al-Zahir, with al-Zahir's name being inscribed around it, made from rock crystal. The metal part is mounting that was done later in the 14th century, but the crescent of Zahir is to his reign, and it's in the crescent. Dr. Shalom has suggested that this might be from the harnesses of horses to crown the horses. But again, it's in Fatimid ceremonial. It has a central position in understanding this. Dr. Shalom has also talked about al-Hafir, the legendary Fatimid jewel, a ruby shaped carved in the form of a crescent. But I want to conclude with a peculiar hilal in a peculiar monument in the Mihrab of al-Mustansir, completed by his vizier Shahinshah al-Afdal in 1094. So this is in the in the Ibn Tulun mosque in al-Qahira, and outside one of the piers that sort of faces the courtyard. Now, surmounting the apex of the mihrab of the Persian keeled arch is a crescent, and that crescent leads to the name directly of Muhammad Rasulullah. And so the Shahada written here is quite unique too, because it's the complete Shahada of also evoking Ali as well as the Waliullah. But at the same time, that crescent leads directly to the name of Muhammad Rasulullah, and then it goes straight up to Amir al-Mu'mineen. Professor Bloom has sort of pointed out that it's really interesting because if you look at it, the lettering at the top of this mihrab, it says al-Mustansir billah Amir al-Mu'mineen salawatullah alayhi wa ala abayhi, I think at the end. But it's been sort of, the person doing the stucco made sure that it was kind of jumbled up and in the central part of it. And so you can kind of see here that there is this visual linkage between the crescent, Muhammad Rasulullah, and the Imam of the time. So in conclusion, I wanna just say one sentence, and I know I might be right at the moment of my time, that how do we view this in terms of Fatimid cosmopolitanism? There is one risala, one epistle written by Sayyid Hamidul al-Kirmani, in which he sort of argues against the practice of Ru'yat al-Hilal by the larger Muslim community. And he shows a lot of examples of, perhaps, like, he says something like that, well, how can it be that the crescent moon is seen in Shiraz but not in Tabriz? Or, you know, but it's there. So he's like, you have to move from Ru'yatul Hilal to ru'yatul aql, because you have this understanding, this rationale that the moon is still there, you just cannot see it because it's covered by clouds and mist. So this idea of a common sort of rational practice and a calculated moment of time, because if everybody if all of society is sort of differentiating the basic counting of time, that would bring a lot of chaos. So I do believe that the Fatimid call and their adamant sort of practice of pushing society towards a calculated calculation of time was actually a step towards this idea of cosmopolitanism, something that came up yesterday between the dialogue of Dr. Hamdani and Dr. Randani. So thank you again for this conference. To conclude, I believe that these examples that I've given really do show that the hilal in the Fatimid context, in the Fatimid habitus, is really not hidden by clouds. It's not covered, it's apparent. And this is something that they tried to do throughout the entirety of their empire. Thank you so much for this, and thank you for your attention. And I will now hand it over to Gregory. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ghali. We now have Professor Paula Sanders, Professor of History at Rice University in Houston, Texas, and also until recently was the Vice Provost and Dean. And her work, Ritual Politics and the City in Fatimid Cairo, has become the standard bearer of the Fatimid ceremonial. No pun intended. So, Professor Sanders.
Thank you, Gregory. First of all, thanks to Greg and Shaynul, to the Institute of Ismaili Studies for sponsoring the conference, and to all of the panelists for their really wonderful and thought-provoking papers. And to my fellow panelists this morning, I have to say I'm especially happy to see Dr. Ayman, whose work, his articles and books, and his critical editions are so fundamental to our work as Fatimid historians, and to acknowledge his many kindnesses and his mentorship to me and others over the years. I'm coming back to ceremonial again after some 30 years and turning my attention, after 30 years of turning my attention to other things. I'm not going to address quite the topic that I laid out in my abstract. Rather, I want to share with you not any new conclusions, but some questions I am thinking about in a project that I've dabbled in over many years, but to which I am now returning in earnest, the material culture of Fatimid ceremonial. I've asked in my past work whether there is such a thing as a Mediterranean ceremonial idiom, but that question, while still not really answered in detail, wasn't actually the right one to begin with. In the parlance of our gathering, I'd rather think about a cosmopolitan ceremonial idiom, one that includes the other Islamic states of North Africa, on which so much really wonderful work has been done recently, of Byzantium, of both Al-Andalus and Christian Spain, and the Abbasids, not to mention Sicily, to which I will return in a few minutes. And even then, that's only the beginning of a discussion, because one of the realizations I've had in recent years, and it's one that is so obvious that once said, it seems almost silly to state it, but stating the obvious is actually important for historians, is that an imperial ceremonial idiom or practices convey messages about power and authority to its many audiences, and that it can be meaningful only if it is, in some broad sense, cosmopolitan. And cosmopolitanism can't be a characteristic of only one place or culture. The very notion implies broad networks of interaction. The cosmopolitan fabric of Fatimid ceremonial, then, is not only about the fabrics themselves, but also the fabric of the cosmopolitan world as a whole, a deeply textured, interwoven, deeply connected, deeply and broadly connected world in even more ways than we have previously imagined. So formulating and answering a meaningful set of questions about the cosmopolitanism of the Fatimids and of their ceremonial requires a lot of very technical and detailed work of the sort that Verena has done in her marvelous recent book, The Lost Archive, where she reconstructs the documentary ecosystem in marvelous detail. So following her lead with respect to ceremonial, I would say that one of our most basic tasks in understanding Fatimid ceremony is to reconstruct its semiotic ecosystem. And by this, I mean the entire interconnected world of not only ideas, theological and philosophical, but more specifically, the expression of ideas in a number of different and interconnected registers with their equally connected practices and the fundamental material world in which they found expression, whether that be in documents, buildings, places, fabrics, and other objects. And understanding these objects means reconstructing to the best of our ability, and that also means reconstructing unevenly due to the nature of our evidence, their production. What are the raw materials and where do they come from? Who are the laborers and of what kind? Free, slave? Where are they from? Who produces them? How are they distributed and redistributed? What value and meaning of different sorts do material objects accumulate along the way? What value and meaning of different sorts do material objects lose along the way? What is the relationship between local, regional, and long-distance production and exchange? And as any historian will always ask, what changes over time? I've thought a lot about these questions and how to answer them in the months leading up to this conference. And I've been involved in a very lively debate with myself about some of the bald statements I offered in a piece on Fatimid robes of honor I published now 20 years ago. In that piece, I talked about the intersection of commodity, prestige, and efficacy values of robes of honor as being in a state of constant relation and renegotiation with one another. And I placed particular emphasis on commodity value, and especially the relative values of gold and silk. I don't think I was entirely wrong, but my internal debate continues as I rethink the problem and whether my claim about commodity value was properly weighted in relation to other kinds of value. We know that the most frequently recorded details about costumes is their commodity value, as indicated by the presence of gold or gold threads, a point made by the late Irene Bierman. And we also know that commodity value is at the forefront of various kinds of inventories of clothing and Geniza documents, especially trousseau lists and business accounts, where we would expect to find them. It makes perfect sense that this should be the case in a world where clothing, we must always remember, was like cash. I don't think that's wrong, and I think much about it is right, but I don't think it goes far enough because it doesn't really consider the world of production, consumption, distribution, and redistribution that we now know much better than we did a quarter century ago. So let me now shift a bit to look at how my thinking is changing with respect to these inventories that I discussed in that article, and which I think is the beginning of a roadmap for me to producing a more nuanced picture in the future. In that article, I observed that the early accounts of robes of honor mentioned by al-Musabbahi are described as either muthaqqal or mulahab, that is woven or embroidered with gold. There is scarcely a mention of silk in al-Musabbahi's chronicle. But a century later, the large inventory of clothing distributed in 1122 for the Eid mentions numerous garments of both silk and gold, the two materials that most determined their commodity value. Many garments bestowed during the festival and other ceremonies contained both gold and silk, often woven into or embroidered into a linen base. What do we need to know in order to do a better job of understanding the relative values and meanings of these robes of honor, many of which you'll remember were distributed to women of the court? And here I think we need to think more about silk. And to think more about silk means looking to both Sicily and Byzantium in particular. So I'm now going to show you my one and only image, and I'm just going to do it by changing my background. So you're no longer seeing my garden. You're now seeing the mantle, famous mantle of Roger II and the painting of him on the ceiling of the Cappella Palatina. I'm showing it to you because it's evocative. There's no need for me to analyze it because that's already been done by others far more qualified than I, including Jeremy Johns and Isabel Dolezalek, to discuss all of the important ways in which Roger's imperial culture partook of the cosmopolitan culture of the Mediterranean, and specifically of Fatimid practice and production. This piece reminds us of many things. And I have to say, just as the East loomed very large in the first 2 days of this conference, Norman Sicily has been mentioned numerous times in yesterday's papers, not surprisingly. One of the things it reminds us to consider is that part of Fatimid cosmopolitanism is not only the Fatimids' adaptation of the practices of the Abbasids and other dynasts, but also their impact on other imperial powers with whom they were in constant contact in one way or another. I think that the case of Sicily underscores the extent of Fatimid cosmopolitanism if we think about Roger's royal cape, his Arabic inscriptions, etc., all conveying grandeur and majesty in an idiom that was fully understood in the connected imperial worlds in which he and the Fatimids operated. And as those of you who have spent time in Sicily are well aware, if you are a Fatimid scholar, you will feel perfectly at home in Sicily, and in particular in Palermo. And if you are a Fatimid scholar and you have not been to Sicily, run, don't walk to the nearest airplane when it's safe to travel and go there. The Cape provokes many, many questions that have much to do with understanding meaning and value. We've known well for a long time that craftsmen from Fatimid Cairo were essential workers in Roger's Sicily. But how much did Roger actually know about the demographic makeup of Fatimid Egypt? Was he aware of the fact that the Fatimids ruled as part of an Ismaili minority over a largely Sunni Muslim population, with a still significant Christian population? Most likely, yes. Certainly, the many craftsmen from Fatimid Egypt who worked in his domains knew this well. It was clearly general knowledge among the population, at least in the major cities of Fustat, Cairo, and Alexandria, which I would remind you was a Sunni city to be sure, and the cause of endless trouble for the Fatimid caliphs. Who are his many audiences for the presentation of his imperial portraits and vestments? Of course, they are Christians, but which ones? Are they new Christians converted from Islam, many still using Muslim names and perhaps maintaining other Muslim practices in a new guise, and viewed with a justifiable suspicion by others as they remained culturally Muslim? Was part of his audience the Muslim troops who were used from the time of Roger I into the 12th century? Because Muslims remained an important part of the military strength in Sicily. Ties between Sicily, North Africa, and Egypt continue long after Sicily has been removed from Muslim rule. At the end of the 11th century, Muslims were the majority in Sicily when the Normans took control, and those who emigrated from Sicily to North Africa. The adoption of Arabic inscriptions is only one set of many practices that the Normans borrowed, imposing a poll tax on the subject population, importing administrative practices, using Muslims in their administration. It was, in short, a self-consciously cosmopolitan polity. So diversity of population, multilingualism, varieties of practice are not the only things that characterize cosmopolitan empires. Another characteristic is multivalence. We might wonder, for example, how the increasing numbers of Latin Christians who made their way to Sicily thought about Roger's capella and his mantle with their dancing girls, as we heard about from Famida, and their Kufic inscriptions that, we must remember, they could not read. These inscriptions in particular beckon to us for an understanding of their role as a public text, in the sense that Irene Bierman defined it. Should we think about Roger's portrait in Arab dress on the ceiling of the capella as being part of a much broader cosmopolitan culture in which Jews, Christians, and Muslims were hard to differentiate by dress? Ibn Jubayr, al-Idrisi, and Benjamin of Tudela all include descriptions supporting this idea that it was hard to tell folks from one community apart from the others, something that we know was also characteristic of other parts of the Islamic world most of the time. And just as these are questions we can and should ask about Roger's cosmopolitan Sicily, there are analogous questions to ask about the Fatimids and their subjects in their capital of Cairo. I think it's just easier to ask questions about the things you know less about than the things you know more about. So let me return once again to the question of silk in the festival of 1122 and some of the new questions I'm asking. This festival is roughly contemporary with Roger's mantle. And here I am influenced very much not only by the work of Professor Goitein, but also by David Jacoby's marvelous corpus of work on silk in Byzantium and the broader Mediterranean. We know, in Jacoby's words, there was a strong visual affinity between various Byzantine and Islamic high-grade silks. Jacoby tells us two important things about the production of this strong visual affinity. First, that the interactions that produced it were not primarily generated by diplomatic gifts, but rather by the commercial diffusion of silks and the mobility of skilled labor. And in addition, Jacoby introduces another critical element of cosmopolitanism, and that is imitation. The highly skilled workshops of the Islamic East, he tells us, increasingly imitated Byzantine styles and skills, and gradually actually restricted their imports from the empire. By the 10th century, silk manufacture and marketing in the Byzantine Empire weren't only elite-oriented, but also oriented to a clientele in the non-elite ranks of society. And once these silks begin to circulate among non-elite ranks, lower quality silks and dyes become more important, particularly the use of short fibers from floss and waste silk. And in addition, this lower quality silk was often combined with other materials, wool or cotton or flax, to produce half silks. And these lower quality textiles were produced on a large scale in the Byzantine Empire, where, as he tells us, they conferred distinction on their owners regardless of quality. In addition to the use of lower quality silks, lower quality dyes were also an important feature of the broad diffusion of silks in the Byzantine Empire and beyond. And this reminds us that cosmopolitanism is not only a characteristic of elites, but it can be, in a different register, a characteristic of middle and lower classes as well. And that means that non-elite observers and audiences have a way of, or ways of, understanding and participating in court practices that, while generally not recorded in our chronicles, may nonetheless be available to us if we look at the ecosystem as a whole. Which brings us back to Roger and the festival of 1122 and the distributions of silk and half-silk costumes. Roger's mantle is beautiful, it's striking, but it is not of the same quality as the imperial produced woven silk decorations that came out of Byzantium. Those weaving practices require a high level of skill that was not available to Roger. David Jacoby surmises that the red kermes dyed high quality samite silk used as the base material in Roger's mantle may well have been manufactured in Thebes. In other words, it was imported. His mantle, moreover, is gold and silk embroidery on a silk base. So while the materials themselves may have been of a very high quality, the workmanship was not of the highest quality if we take Byzantine imperial production as our standard. And indeed, Jacoby characterizes more broadly the silk fabrics of Sicily in this period as, and I quote, at best, medium grade products. If we look at the Fatimid side of things, we should recall that Egypt produced mostly low quality silk, which we know well from the Geniza. And we also know from the Geniza of complaints about fraudulent practices of Egyptian weavers mingling local silk with Syrian silk and selling it as the much higher quality Syrian silk. So where did the silk come from that was used in our hullas? Presumably it was imported. We know from the text that costumes that were given to the highest ranking contained both gold and silk, and those of lower ranking officials contained only silk. But what were the varieties of silk and their qualities that made their way into the garments that were distributed in 1122? Should we assume they were all of the same quality? Probably not. And I wouldn't be surprised to learn, likely in some roundabout way, that as we make our way down the hierarchy of officials who received garments, that at least some of them were of no more than medium quality silk at best, and that if dyed, and that's a tricky question because despite the fact that The Fatimid era, based on the Geniza documents, Whitine describes as an era of color intoxication. We know we get very little information about color in these Fatimid chronicles. So we don't know if these things were dyed or not, but if they were, the dye stuffs used for at least a good part of them were probably not of the highest quality. These are questions to which I will be turning my attention over the next year or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sanders. And we now have our last speaker for the panel, Dr. Yasser Taba, who has taught at MIT, the University of Texas, and New York University. He is a specialist in architecture, calligraphy, and ornaments of the medieval Islamic world. And his work, The Transformation of Islamic Art during the Sunni Revival, has become an essential read for understanding Fatimid epigraphy. So, Dr. Taba.
So I'm at a Fatimid conference and I have to follow in Paula Sanders' presentation. That is, I'm proud of that, I'm equally daunted. Of all calligraphic styles, none has generated as much scholarly interest as the floriated Kufic. Combining as it does angular characters with curvilinear plant forms, the floriated Kufic, whether in the Fatimid mosques of Al-Azhar and Al-Hakim, the late 11th century minaret at the Great Mosque of Damascus, of Aleppo, or the friezes of the Great Mosque of Diyarbakir, may be considered the peak of achievement in early Arabic epigraphy. Austere Kufic inscriptions have existed since early Islam, but the floriated Kufic easily outshines them by virtue of its aesthetic qualities, strident originality, and curious ambiguity, the last being the central theme of this paper. Although approximately 30 years ago, I advanced quite specific views on the floriated Kufic, and especially the factors contributing to its abandonment, I would like to begin this paper historiographically by examining other views on the subject. Second, I will proceed chronologically to examine important specimens of floriated Kufic in Fatimid Cairo, highlighting their sudden development and continuity from the 10th to the 12th century. Third, I will turn my attention to Syria, where outstanding examples of floriated Kufic continued to the mid-12th century, when the ancient type was deliberately supplanted by cursive public inscriptions. This epigraphic transformation may in turn shed light on the comparable and consequent transformation in Egypt under Saladin and later. In view of time constraints, I will not be dealing with the magnificent inscriptions of the Great Mosque of Diyarbakir, seen here, nor with the painted floriated inscriptions in Iran. Several European and at least one Arab paleographer have analyzed the characters and ornamental forms of floriated Kufic and proposed theories for its origin and development, debating on whether this script developed gradually or whether it was deliberately created in the early Fatimid period. Groman proposed a gradual multi-center development that included Egypt, Palestine, and Hijaz, even though the last two regions have only produced a handful of tombstones that have some basic floriation. And I maintain here and later that we should make a distinction between the patronage of the court and other levels of patronage. Saint-Fleury, in his magnificent analysis of the floriated Kufic inscriptions of the Azhar Mosque, the Great Mosque of Diyarbakir, and elsewhere, argued for an Anatolian origin of this script, although this remains very much a minority view. Max van Bershem and Hertzfeld only indirectly dealt with Fatimid inscriptions, viewing them through the lens of epigraphic transformation in Syria around the middle of the 12th century. Both attributed this transformation from floriated Kufic to cursive in public inscriptions to the forces of the Sunni revival, and especially Nuruddin, a point to which I will return, of course. Ibrahim Jum'a was the first definitively to reject the likelihood of a continuous development of floriated Kufic style and to embrace the opposite view of a sudden transformation. Having painstakingly analyzed the inscriptions of Al-Azhar Mosque located around the hood of the mihrab and elsewhere in the sanctuary, he concluded that this writing style and decoration were original developments and differed markedly from pre-Fatimid inscriptions and even from funerary stelae, which in any case belonged to a lower level of patronage. Other scholars have debated the significance of the floriated Kufic, whether political, theological, or simply aesthetic, focusing largely on its inherent complexity and duality, denotive and connotative, informational and symbolic. Eddinghausen, my professor, my mentor, suggested that the reading and comprehension of such inscriptions was reserved for a limited number of persons, and that readability was only a secondary concern. In a similar vein, Grabar proposed that the reception and appreciation of complex calligraphic forms required a measure of cultural sophistication that in turn reflected positively on the status of the viewer or the patron. More recently, Irene Bierman proposed that the floriation and nodding of the floriated Kufic resonated with Ismaili beliefs regarding the exoteric zahir message of the public text and its esoteric batin meaning. Finally, in 1993, I published an article on the epigraphic transformation of public texts in Syria and eventually Egypt, developing in this regard incipient ideas that had been first proposed by Fabai, van Bershem, and Hertzfeld. I have revisited these ideas in my book, The Transformation, and they will be published in a volume of collected articles called The Production of Meaning in Islamic Architecture and Ornament. Should be out anytime. To summarize then, most scholars now concur that the consistent use of fully formed floriated Kufic began in the first Fatimid inscriptions of Al-Azhar of 972. Second, nearly all agree that the Fatimids exclusively used floriated Kufic in all their public inscriptions from the beginning of their reign until its end in 1171. Third, even the existence of sporadic cursive inscriptions in funerary contexts in the late Fatimid period need not argue against this exclusivity, as we need to distinguish between the private and the public, the official patronage and that of lesser patrons. Finally, some questions arise and have yet to reach a fruitful conclusion. Was the floriated Kufic an imperial symbol, a reflection or embodiment of a particular theology, or an aesthetic innovation, or all three? Why did the Fatimids continue using it to the end of their reign, despite the adoption of cursive public inscriptions in nearly all regions of the Islamic world by the middle of the 12th century? Finally, what led to the abandonment of the floriated Kufic script in Egypt and its supplantation by cursive thuluth inscriptions immediately after the Ayyubid takeover of Egypt? So some Fatimid public inscriptions, we've already seen the ones of Al-Azhar, which are mainly located at the rim of the Maqsura dome and at the hood of the mihrab, and their later ones at the springing of the dome added by Caliph al-Hafiz in 1140. The inscriptions on the Maqsura, and particularly those surrounding the mihrab, which we see here, clearly present an entirely new calligraphic style that differs in entirety from earlier Cairene epigraphy. Without an existing precedent to this writing style, certainly in North Africa, one would argue that the floriated Kufic was specifically innovated for Mosque al-Azhar, the first and most important Fatimid mosque to utilize this ornamented script. Oh, more from al-Azhar. The inscriptions of Al-Hakim Mosque executed over a long period extending from 972 to 1013 demonstrate the prevalence of the floriated Kufic in official Fatimid inscriptions and the adaptability of the script to a variety of media, including stone, stucco, and wood. So there are stucco inscriptions that the springing of the mihrab, they're earlier, and there we have, of course, the stone friezes, both on the interior of the minarets and in the towers that were added later by Al-Hakim to encircle them. And we see an example here, as well as the example of the onions market below. Ambiguities between text and ornament, foreground and background, are created, and these ambiguities are further enhanced by curvatures, counter curvatures, knots, indentations internal to the characters. Let's see more examples. This is an example from the dome over the mihrab in stucco. The dome itself, the mihrab in a direct view, and in restored view here, all the gilding, of course, is later, but the inscriptions are original. So this practice continued uninterrupted to the end of the Fatimid period, reached an especially high level of execution of the Mosque of Al-Ahmar of 1125, where arches, windows, and entablatures are highlighted by inscriptions. Several scholars, including Williams, Abu Saif, and Bierman, have offered interpretation of the various epigraphic and ornamental designs on this facade, in particular the concentric roundel, which is also found in the Fatimid coinage. It suffices here for me to say that what had started as fairly discrete inscriptions at Mosque al-Azhar had first emigrated to the exterior walls of Al-Hakim Mosque and are now fully displayed at one of the busiest spots of medieval Cairo. I'll spend very little time on these two monuments, the dome of Imam al-Hafiz in 1140, and the inscriptions of the Mosque al-Salih, Tala'i' of 1160, except to note the continuity of floriated Kufic and also its relative, debasement, definitely change in the later Fatimid period. Let us now turn to Syria, which provides the most complete evidence for the prevalence of the floriated Kufic and its supplantation by cursive inscriptions. Following its development by the Fatimids, the floriated Kufic script spread in the 11th century outside of Egypt to Palestine, Syria, Western Iran, Southern Anatolia, even North Africa. It is a cosmopolitan style. Built between 1019 and 1094, the minaret of the Great Mosque of Bilotto was, until its complete destruction in 2013, one of the most impressive minarets in the Islamic world. Divided by cornices and inscriptions into 5 zones, the minaret provides outstanding examples of the floriated Kufic and a single cursive inscription. These are drawings by Herzfeld, and you see below here an inscription that mentions the patron, the force behind it, the Shiite judge, Abil Hasan Mohammad bin Yahya ibn Muhammad ibn al-Khashab, and it's also the inscription giving the name of the maker, Sanat Hasan bin Mufrih al-Sirmani, and the date. And much to my amazement, the single cursive inscription in this minaret is actually a tasliya, the encomium of the 12 imams. Let us look at another really fabulous example, I think, of Fatimid Floridic Kufic, which is found in the cenotaph of Fatima in the Bab al-Saghir cemetery in Damascus, dated to 1037. Notice here that this is simply Ayat al-Kursi. However, the floriation is at a staggering level of development. Note also 5 different varieties of the Lam Alif. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one windswept, as if the wind is blowing it away. I think this is a central feature of the Floridic Kufic. Now, this is an example that postdates the Fatimids in Syria anyway. It's actually a Seljuk inscription from Turtakin, and it's in a post-Floridic Kufic inscription. I just wanted to show it to you because it's so beautiful. All this changes during the reign of Nuruddin Mahmud, 1146-74, with the exception of this one monument in front of us, Qasr al-Shu'aybiyya, which is in Floridic Kufic inscription, a very unique and unusual monument on which much has been written. All his later inscriptions are in cursive writing. This is the earliest public inscription, foundation inscription, in cursive in Syria. It's dated 1149. It's in the Madrasa al-Halawiyya, an important Hanafi madrasa. The style is an excellent script, pleasing and legible style, characterized by compactness, pointed uprights, open mouth, full use of diacriticals and orthographic marks. I think it's quite easily legible. This is a second inscription from 1154, the year that Nuruddin Mahmud ibn Zenki took Damascus and founded his famous Bimarsan hospital. And this is an unusual inscription written on a Christian table, possibly showing the lack of knowledge, adequate knowledge of this new style. Whereas this inscription from the time of from 1168 in Aleppo, as I think is a perfect example of early cursive writing in Syria. It's fleshy, it's tapered, it's fully vocalized, and I think it's quite easily legible. So these inscriptions, in effect, initiate the total transformation of monumental calligraphy in Syria and ultimately also in Egypt. I will not dwell on the importance of Nuruddin in the forces of the so-called Sunni revival, but there's no question about it that in the second half of his career, his efforts had shifted from fighting the Crusaders to dealing with the Fatimids. And of course, he's the one who sent 3 expeditions to Egypt, the last 2 headed by Salah ad-Din Saladin, which eventually ended the Fatimid dynasty. So there's undoubtedly here a kind of a dynastic shift that is represented by the most visible means of expression, namely public inscriptions. Commenting on this transformation in Egypt, Cresswell bemoaned that henceforth the Kufic script, the pride and glory of Fatimid art, was to be used no more in historical inscriptions, but employed solely for decorative bands of quotations from the Quran, and that to a decreasing extent. Indeed, the earliest cursive inscription in Cairo, dated 1179, no longer exists. Once belonged to a madrasa built by Saladin next to the shrine of Imam al-Shafi'i. Fortunately, other inscriptions exist from this period, and remain in situ. This is from al-Mudarraj Gate in the Citadel, dated to 1183 or 84, half a century, although dated half a century after the Almohad inscriptions in North Africa and those of Nuruddin in Syria. This inscription is actually quite astonishing in its crudeness and carelessness. With a spindly line, inconsistent letter forms, and neither points nor vowel marks, the script displayed none of the refinements that had been established in cursive monumental calligraphy. Indeed, only in the latter part of the Ayyubid period did the quality of monumental cursive inscriptions approach those in Syria and Iran. To conclude, exposed by virtue of their external location, but hidden because of their complex script, floriated Kufic inscriptions further resonate with the Ismaili duality of the Zahir and Batin. The word is made available as a public text, but its message is wrapped within a nearly indecipherable script. And I really should not, I've emphasized the point of legibility earlier. It's really more appreciation and reception. The simultaneity of visibility and incomprehension, of inclusiveness and exclusiveness underline the intentions of a dynasty that always seemed divided between messianic and propagandistic intentions and its encrypted messages. The script to which they adhered to the end was not simply illegible to most, but perhaps more importantly, it came to symbolize the very idea of the ambiguous and therefore exclusive nature of hidden truths. It is this duality of meaning and the valorization of the batin over the zahir that was challenged by the transformed scripts of the 11th and 12th centuries. The long-held belief in the dual meaning of the Quranic message was visibly challenged by a script whose legibility and accuracy left little room for variant reading and therefore variant interpretations. Subsuming the mystical within the informational and the batin within the zahir, the new public inscriptions perfectly embodied and eloquently propagated the exoteric and encompassing tendencies of the Sunni revival. Thank you.
So the first speaker does not need an introduction on this panel, really. Dr. Daftari, of course, is the director at the Institute of Ismaili Studies. And I don't use the word lightly when I say that he is a pioneer of Ismaili studies, and his works, I think, are a given sort of foundational text to read if you're going to study Ismaili studies in any shape or form. He will speak about Vladimir Ivanov and his contributions to Fatimid studies. We have an exhibition on Ivanov that is running at the Aga Khan Center from the 1st of December till 31st March. You will see details of this on our website. So please feel free to check out. And I hope that if as and when you have the opportunity, you can actually visit the exhibition at the Aga Khan Center. The second speaker we then have after that is Dr. Dina Bakum, who has a very interesting background as an engineer and an art historian and specializing in cultural history, conservation, and management. She was the manager for the Eketis restoration program at the Azhar and other medieval mosques in Cairo. So we are very thrilled to have you with us, Dina, next. We then have, of course, our well-known scholar, Dr. Delia Cortese, who is a senior lecturer in religious studies at Middlesex University, and again has published extensively on the Fatimids, particularly on women in this period. And so for those of you who are interested in that, hers and Simonetta's book is really the staple to start with. And then we have Dr. Oli Ackerman, who who again we are very pleased to have. She is a specialist in Arabic manuscripts and Shia Islam, with a particular interest on the Bohras in India, where she's done a lot of ethnographic research. So we've really got quite a lineup for you this afternoon. I hope you'll all enjoy it. Over to you, Dr. Daftari.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Shanul. Yes, Vladimir Ivanov. Well, we can actually say a lot, on the life and work of the scholar, and I have only 20 minutes, I believe, so I have to be very, selective in my presentation. I shall give you some highlights of his life very briefly, and then provide some background to his work, and then look at his contribution in terms of 3 areas, and then wrap it up, that way. Well, Vladimir Alexeyevich Ivanov was born in St. Petersburg in 1886, and he died in Tehran in 1970. Well, Ivanov had a very eventful life, and yet also a very lonely one. And after the Russian Revolution, or during the Russian Revolution, he had been sent by Asiatic Museum to collect some manuscripts from Central Asia, and he never went back to Russia, and he found himself shortly after that in India, first in Calcutta, then in Bombay, where he spent the next 40 years of his life, and then he spent the last decade in Iran. He recounts many of these details in his memoirs, which he completed in 1968, about 2 years before he died. And we had the opportunity of editing and publishing this under the title of 50 Years in the East in 2015, I believe. And then a few years after that, a Russian edition of the memoirs, which was really the original text of it, was published in 2019 in St. Petersburg. Now, to sum up, Ivanov's life was really his work, and to appreciate his work and to assess properly his contributions to this field, we really need a bit of a context and background. We know that until the middle of the last century, until about the 1930s, 40s, the Ismailis and the Fatimids as Ismaili Imams were studied almost exclusively on the basis of evidence collected or often fabricated by outsiders. And as a result, a whole series of legends and myths came into circulation. One of these, which was fabricated by the Sunni polemicists against the Fatimids, was portraying not Ismailism as the arch heresy of Islam, aiming to destroy Islam from within, but a secondary really objective of this polemic was to refute the Alid genealogy of the Fatimids. Therefore, they came up with this figure of Abdullah bin Maymun al-Qaddah, or Ibn Qaddah, as the founder of Ismailism and the progenitor of the Fatimids. And this myth really circulated for 1,000 years until in 1940s it was really deconstructed for the first time by Ivanov, as we shall see later. And when the Orientalists of the 19th century began their more scientific study of the Ismailis and the Fatimids and so on, they really had no choice but to base themselves on the Islamic manuscripts at their disposal, which were written mainly by Sunni authors, and they did contain this black legend, which had come into circulation as a result of the anti-Ismaili literary campaign launched by the Abbasids almost immediately after the foundation of the Fatimid state in 909. And in fact, Ibn Rizam, who lived in Baghdad, was really perhaps the earliest who was really responsible for creating this myth of Ibn al-Ghadda as the founder of the Ismailis and so on. So the Orientalists now found access to this black legend, which somehow seemed to reconfirm the assassin legends with which they were familiar already from the Crusader and other Occidental sources. And this situation really continued, and the modern progress in the field in which Ivanov played a key role actually awaited the recovery of Ismaili texts from Fatimid period and other periods. And meanwhile, a few texts did actually surface from Syria and other places, and also from Badakhshan in Central Asia, and a collection of these Persian Ismaili texts was brought to Asiatic Museum around 1915, where Ivanov had started his academic career as an assistant keeper of the Islamic manuscripts. And when Ivanov actually cataloged this Zarubin collection, because it had been brought from Shugran and other areas of Badakhshan by Ivan Zarubin. This was Ivanov's first contact with Ismaili manuscripts. By 1922, when Louis Massignon, a pioneer of Shi'i studies in France and Europe, published a bibliography of the then known sources in this field, the number of such sources was still extremely limited. So the great breakthrough awaited the recovery and study of Ismaili manuscripts on a large scale, something in which Ivanov played a key role. Now, Ivanov's contribution to the field of Ismaili and Fatimid studies happened in three ways: identifying and recovering of manuscripts, two, sharing these with scholars globally, and three, through his own study and scholarship. In 1931, Ivanov was commissioned by the Ismaili Imam of the time, the third Agha Khan, to study the history and thought of the Ismailis, and this really launched Ivanov's career and opened the doors within the Nizari Ismaili community for him to access manuscripts. So much so that by 1933, when he published his A Guide to Ismaili Literature, this really marked the initiation of modern progress in the field, and it was there that for the first time Ivanov, in the section dealing with the Fatimids, did actually list the classical dais who were at the same time the authors of the community, dais like al-Razi, al-Nasafi, al-Sijistani, al-Mu'taddin Shirazi, Nasir Khosrow, Ghazi Noman, and so on, so forth. The next step in which Ivanov played a key role, and that really contributed to progress in the field, was the foundation of the Ismaili Society of Bombay in 1946, which he pioneered under the patronage of the third Agha Khan. And in his guide, he had identified some 700 Ismaili manuscripts. By 1963, when he published the revised second edition of his catalog, many more items had been identified by Ivanov himself through his network of connections that ran all the way from Hunza and Badakhshan to East Africa. And in Bombay, he also had the fortune of collaborating with a number of Bohra scholars, people like Faizi, Hamdani, and Zahid Ali, who had their own collections. Now, this really laid the foundation for the progress in the field, but not only Ismaili, but also Fatimid. And in the second way, he made these sources accessible to other scholars, including, for instance, Henri Corbin and Muhammad Kamel Hussein, who launched a series on the Fatimids. And it was also in the series of publications of the Ismaili Society that al-Kermani's, the key figure of the Fatimid times, work, major philosophical theological work, Ruhatul Aql, was published. Now, he explains many of the details regarding his collaboration with other scholars in the correspondence that he carried with Corbin, and where some 90 letters were edited and published by Sabine Schmidtke in 1999. And he also refers to them in his memoirs. So this was really the second part. And he was so eager to share this, these manuscripts with other scholars that this was, of course, one must recall the even pre-photocopying machine age. Ivanov copied some of these manuscripts by hand to, to make copies for other scholars, as we have some of them today. Now I get to the third part, his own scholarship and studies. In 1923, when O'Leary published his monograph, A Short History of the Fatimid Caliphate, which was the first book written in English on the Fatimid, not a single Ismaili or Fatimid source is mentioned. Then post progress in the field, in 1939, we have Ivanov's first article based on his by then acquired Ismaili sources, in which he writes about the Fatimid Dawah organization for the first time using Ismaili sources. I must add here as a footnote that that Ivanov's early studies on the Fatimids really related to the background to the establishment of the Fatimid state. For instance, he came very close to identifying the difference between the Qarmatis and the Ismailis, something that was later more specifically clarified by Stern and, for instance, Stern and Wilfred Modellum. In 1933, Ivanov published the editions of two texts from the Fatimid period, the Istitar al-Imam and the Sira of Ja'far al-Hajib. These two shed light for the first time on genuine Ismaili sources on the period of concealment just preceding the establishment of the Fatimid state and the faithful journey of the future founder of the first Fatimid, Imam Caliph, from Syria to North Africa, where he was put on the throne as the first Fatimid Caliph. He brought out English translations of these two texts, plus excerpts from many other texts, which he now was editing for the first time, in a collective volume entitled Ismaili Tradition Concerning the Rise of the Fatimid. This was pioneering work, in the field. And in this, for the first time, we also addressed the myth of this, the so-called myth of the Ibn al-Qadha as the founder of Ismailism and the progenitor of the Fatimids, to which he later devoted an entire monograph published in 1946, called entitled "The Alleged Founder of Ismailism." Here, Ivanov identifies very clearly who this Ibn Qadha was and why was he appropriated by Ibn Rizam and other anti-Ismaili polemicists as the progenitor of the Fatimids. A bit later, in 1948, Ivanov brought out the first book in English on Nasser Khosrow, a key figure, a key philosopher from the Fatimid period, Nasser Khosrow and Ismailism. In 1948. 1949, he produces an edition and translation of Nasser Khosrow's Shesh Fasl for the first time. In 1950, he recovers the text of Goshayesh wa Rahayesh, another text of Nasser Khosrow, which together, which was and still is the only known copy of this work that belonged to the library of a learned Iranian judge. And this was bound together with As-Sijistani's Kashful Mahjub. In 1948, Ivanov was the first one who identified this so-called, Iranian school of philosophical Ismailism, to which we had referred before. He identifies the key figures of the school and the debate that had gone on over a century among some of the early dais of the Fatimid period over some key concepts and cosmological doctrines. His early work actually culminated in his publication in 1952 of a brief survey of the evolution of Ismailism, which was the first survey of its kind. He identified the key phases in the development of Ismailism, also identifying the Fatimid period as a key, as one of the major phases. And in this book, he also discusses some of the doctrinal teachings of the Ismailis under the Fatimids. From the mid-1940s until 50s, until the end of his life, he actually devoted the bulk of his scholarship to recovering, editing, and publishing Nizari Ismaili texts, all of which were in Farsi, in Persian. So, to wrap up, it's no exaggeration to say that in perhaps no other subfield of Islamic studies has the contribution of a single scholar being so important, so central and crucial as the contribution of Ivanov to the field of Ismaili and Fatimid studies. And much of what we have today really goes back to the basis, to the foundations laid by Ivanov in the middle of the last century. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daftari. Over to you, Dina.
Greetings from Cairo to everyone. I would like to thank, of course, the Institute of Ismaili Studies, all the conference organizers, Dr. Gregory, Bilotto, for inviting me. It's been really a pleasure to attend this conference, and I've learned a lot from the debates. It was great also to meet, even if only virtually, many old colleagues and friends. At the beginning of my presentation, I would like to just highlight a number of 19th and early 20th century events or milestones that contextualize the development of Neo-Fatimid style in Egypt. As you well know, Egypt's Islamic art and architecture has been the subject of great interest, let's say for more than 10 centuries, as attested in numerous written accounts by chronicles, historians, and travelers. I will not dwell into that here, but what I would like to highlight with this slide are the different types of rich visual records produced during the 19th century. Drawings, lithographs, and photographs, if we study them carefully and pay attention to the context, the date, and also to some possible inaccuracies, provide us with valuable information on Egypt's Islamic monuments and their condition during the 19th century. These records, along with the world fairs, or let's say universal exhibitions or exposition universelle, which in a way brought Cairo to Europe and the United States, are manifestations of this growing interest. Architecture inspired by decorative and architectural elements of historic Islamic monuments started to appear in Egypt and numerous other places around the world during the 19th century. And while this style is generally referred to as Neo-Islamic, Neo-Moorish, Neo-Mamluk, Mamluk Revival, and so on, it contains actually several elements that strongly recall design motifs that first appear in the Fatimid period and that were later used in Ayyubid and Mamluk architecture, but with some modifications. And I will not go into the details of that, like the Muqarnas decoration on facade niches, the use of the keel arch with radiating flutes, and several other elements. Well, a significant milestone that took place during the 19th century was the issuance of a decree by Khedive Tawfiq in December 1881 to establish under the Ministry of Awqaf or Religious Endowments, and I would like to highlight that, an institution that was given the name the Comité de Conservation des Monuments de l'Art Arabe, in Arabic Lajnat Hifz al-Asar al-Arabiyya, known also at the time as the Commission for the Preservation of Monuments of Arab Art. I will refer to it throughout my presentation as the committee. The creation of the committee was strongly linked on the one hand to this growing interest in Egypt's Islamic art and architecture, but also on the other hand to risks several of these endowed buildings were facing due to Cairo's modernization, the negligence and lack of maintenance, certain restorations that maybe caused monuments to lose their historic fabric, as well as vandalism resulting from the interest by collectors. The committee, founded under the Ministry of Awqaf, was initially in charge only of Arab, or let's say Islamic monuments, but 15 years after its foundation, Coptic monuments with a functioning nature, hence not archaeological sites, were added to its mandate, but with funding from the Coptic Patriarchate. The committee prepared an inventory of Egypt's Islamic and Coptic monuments in Cairo and nationwide. And while the committee's overarching mandate, let's say, is conservation and restoration of monuments, I have argued that the scholarly works of the committee, of its Egyptian and European members, as well as those it collaborated with, qualifies them actually to be considered as significant patrons and forefathers of the field of studying Egypt's art and Islamic art and architecture, as I will show with some examples. So the committee published regularly, more or less, its bulletins, which contained its minutes of meetings and technical reports on the buildings it was working on. Sometimes these were accompanied by drawings or photographs or both. They were published initially in French and soon after also in Arabic, as you can see in this slide. In the bulletin covering the works of 1889 and published in 1890, a plan of the Mosque of Al-Aqmar was published. The plan was surveyed and drawn by the Hungarian or Austro-Hungarian architect Max Herz, who was also the committee's chief architect at the time. The same bulletin contains a report on the mosque and its importance, referencing also al-Maqrizi's account on the mosque's foundation and history. In the report, it is also explained how the buildings abutting the facades, which you can see marked on the plan here. Let me show you. Yeah. Are damaging the facade, and they suggest raising the issue to the Awqaf administration in order to get its approval to demolish these buildings and reveal the facade and its decoration. Finally, by the year 1901, the central and left sides of the facade, so not its right-hand side, were fully revealed, as you can see in this photograph, which was commissioned by the committee and published by Julius Franz in his book on Cairo. Franz was a German architect who, before the establishment of the committee, was working with the Awqaf's technical section, and who also became a committee member and its main architect before Max Herz. He describes the discovery of this facade as, and I quote, eine freudige Überraschung für die Kunsthistoriker, unquote. Well, a joyful surprise for art historians. And I think art historians would very much agree to this statement, especially because this facade is considered very special. And I will use the words of Creswell, the famous art historian of Islamic art and architecture, when he writes about the facade, and I quote, "It is the first in Egypt to exhibit an ambitious architectural scheme," unquote. Moreover, and as many of you probably well know, the decorative elements of the facade, some of which being somehow unusual, as the closed door on the right-hand side, the lamp hanging from the arch that rests on two columns, the vase or pot with a plant growing out of it, and other features have been the subject of interest to numerous scholars. Notably, but of course not limited to, Caroline Williams, Doris Behrens Abu Saif, as well as the late Irene Berman. The different interpretations vary between the religious versus the secular or the Fatimid ceremonial. And in the previous panel, we were provided with a rich overview on Fatimid ceremonials and ideas about it in Cairo and elsewhere. But let me draw your attention that although it was known that the facade of Al-Aqmar Mosque was a symmetrical one, it was only in the early 1990s that the house abutting the right-hand side of the facade was demolished and the facade was reconstructed by the Bohra, as you can see here. Decades earlier, and specifically in 1929, a symmetric facade, taking an inspiration of the overall design of Al-Aqmar facade, but not all of its details, was constructed for the whole of the icons of what was referred to at the time as the Coptic Patriarchal Museum. Today, this facade is the main facade of the Coptic Museum. Marcus Sumeika, an Egyptian Copt who played a major role in its creation, in the creation of the Coptic Museum, and is generally considered as its founder, is also clearly the mastermind behind this design choice. Nevertheless, in his memoirs, he does not explain this choice. I'll keep this for a while. Sorry, yeah. Two contemporary scholars to Sumeika, namely Louis Hautecoeur and Gaston Viette, co-authored and published their book, Les Mosquées du Caire, in 1932, hence 3 years after the construction of the facade of the Coptic Museum. When discussing the Mosque of Al-Aqmar, they write in a footnote that Sumeika believed that the facade of the Aqmar Mosque reproduced elements from Coptic churches, and this is what has inspired him to construct the facade of the whole of the icons in the shape we've seen it here. The keel arch niche with radiating flues that first appeared in Fatimid architecture is, as noted by Doris Behrens Abu Saif, and I quote, a variation on a late classical theme used widely in Coptic art. And Professor Abu Saif has showed us yesterday other examples where late antique motifs were used in Coptic art and in Fatimid art and others elsewhere. In an article written by Ramez Wadia Boutros entitled La symbolique de la conque dans l'Égypte chrétien et musulman, he traces the use and the symbolism of the shell motif in Christian and Muslim art and architecture in Egypt. He also touches on Sumeika's choice for the facade of the Coptic Museum. In his opinion, Sumeika wanted to remind the visitor of the museum that Coptic and Islamic arts of Egypt were never separated from each other, and there is a continuity in the fusion between both. Donald Malcolm Reed has also briefly alluded to the other possible interpretation linked to the tolerance of the Fatimids towards the Copts in Egypt. Well, how the facade was received and perceived during the 1930s by different interest groups is a topic really for another discussion. But what is worth mentioning here is that its construction seems to have triggered some scholars to further explore the relationship between Coptic and Fatimid arts, as attested in an article by Zaki Muhammad Hasan, an Egyptian art historian and curator at the Museum of Arab Art, later renamed the Museum of Islamic Art, and another one by Creswell, where they discuss Coptic influences on Islamic art. I have written 2 articles discussing topics linked to the foundation of the Coptic Museum. And in one of them, I have analyzed the different decorative motifs, as well as the inscription on the facade of the Coptic Museum, arguing that its construction was a step towards the nationalization of the museum and its transformation from a patriarchal one to a state museum, which took place in 1931. I believe that Sumeika, in his attempt to send messages to different interest groups, including the Coptic Patriarch, the King of Egypt, the Coptic clergy and community, the Muslim community, and Egyptian and European art connoisseurs and archaeologists, has created an innovative and hybrid facade influenced by both Coptic and Fatimid art. Now I will take you to Aswan, where there is the large and famous necropolis or cemetery, a place which till today remains to be visited by different communities and where Muslim families from Aswan still bury their loved ones. Yesterday, Dr. Gregory Williams has provided us with a great overview on the recent discoveries made by the Swiss Archaeological Institute, shedding light on the Fatimid city, the Fatimid settlement in Aswan. The work carried out by the German Archaeological Institute at the Fatimid Cemetery was published very recently in a work co-edited by Philip Speiser and Giorgio Nugara, and I thought to draw the attention to that publication. On the western side of the Nile lies the resting place of His Highness the Aga Khan III, the 48th Imam of the Ismaili Muslims. The building was designed by the Egyptian architect and art historian Farid Shafai. When seen from the exterior, we cannot at first sight see the similarities between both the Fatimid Mashhad of al-Jiyushi, which you see here on the left-hand side, after its restoration by the Bohara, and the Aga Khan mausoleum in Aswan, especially because the latter has no minaret. But as I will show you in the next slide, the architect Farid Shafai was clearly inspired by the Mashhad of al-Jiyushi. So moving to the interior of the building, we see that this architecture, as well as some of the decorative elements, shows striking similarities to that of the Mashhad of al-Jiyushi, such as the triple arch, as well as the six-pointed star. And Professor Bernard O'Kane, whom I thank for the photo on the left-hand side, has showed us yesterday how this motif was widely used in a wide range of buildings from the Fatimid period in Egypt. As you well know, the exact function of the Mashhad of al-Jiyushi, being a mosque, a mausoleum, a watchtower, a commemorative structure, has raised a lot of questions and debates among scholars, an issue that I will not discuss here. Farid Shafai has also contributed to this discussion in an article he has written after he designed the mausoleum of His Highness the Aga Khan III in Aswan, but his arguments are not related to his design choice for the mausoleum. I've not carried out further research that could reveal why Shafai specifically chose al-Jiyushi as an inspiration. But without dwelling into possible assumptions and interpretation for this choice, it is worth noting that this Neo-Fatimid building, which dominates one of the hills on the west bank of Aswan, remained till quite recently open for pilgrimages as well as regular visitors who came in great numbers, actually. The story that is strongly associated with it is how the Aga Khan's wife, the Begum known as Habiba, used to put a red rose on his grave every day. So before concluding, I will move back to Cairo for more plants and flowers, this time at the Azhar Park. The Azhar Park is a project of the Aga Khan Trust for Culture, the cultural agency of the Aga Khan Development Network, in partnership with the Cairo Governorate and the Egyptian authorities. It was officially inaugurated in 2005. And it really provides a much needed green lung and acts as a catalyst for a number of social, economic, and cultural activities in the neighborhood of the Darb al-Ahmar, adjacent to the Azhar Park. And it's a very important part of historic Cairo. And if you come to Egypt today, you would see that the park is actually much greener. And between 2004 and 2012, I worked with the Aga Khan Trust for Culture on managing a number of conservation and restoration projects of Islamic monuments near the Azhar Park. The park's overall design, landscaping, and organization was by Sasaki Associates and Sites International. As for the hilltop restaurants that you see here, the Egyptian architects Rami El-Dahan and Suhail Farid won the competition for its design. While the overall design, as well as certain architectural and decorative features, recall specific elements from Egypt Islamic architecture, including Fatimid ones, the architects always like to stress that their designs are not direct imitations. They know that because they see Islamic architecture almost every day, they live in Cairo, they see it every day, it has become part of them, and that they adapt the old to create new elements suitable for the modern function. Before concluding, I would like to highlight that Neo-Fatimid architecture goes, of course, beyond Egypt, and Professor Paula Sanders have discussed that in her works. But to conclude, I would like to mention that the examples I presented to you today demonstrate the specificities of Neo-Fatimid architecture vis-a-vis other forms of neo-Islamic architecture in Egypt. And I believe they stand as a testimony to the cultural legacy of the Fatimids in Egypt. These designs, which are clearly inspired by specific artistic and architectural design from the Fatimid period, also show how the architects or the masterminds behind these designs came up with innovative solutions, adapting Fatimid designs to new functions, purposes, and context. In my opinion, these hybrid designs recall what I would call the intercultural nature of Fatimid architecture in Egypt, showing how artistic forms and expression continue to be developed, adapted, and interchanged. I think that cultural and artistic interchange forms one of the most important attributes of Fatimid cosmopolitanism. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dina. That's very, very fascinating. We now turn to Delia for her presentation.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I feel very honored and privileged to be here with you while I try to share my screen. Here we are. And I want to say thank you very much for inviting me. And I send my greetings to all of you out there. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Excellent. I want to thank also Shiraz and Daryoush for having done all the hard work of problematizing this word cosmopolitanism, because then I can just sum up this kind of polarized view of behind this word. On the one hand, the positive kind of outlook of implying inclusivity, pluralism, universalistic ideas, mobilities, and tolerance, but at the same time betraying a kind of Western Euro-centered understanding of this phenomenon. By contrast, when considered from the perspective of those who find themselves at the receiving end of cosmopolitanism, we can see that cosmopolitanism acquires meanings that take us into diasporas, forced displacement caused by conflict, persecution, disease, economic pressures. When we go to Islamic, then we move to Islamic cosmopolitanism. Debates about Islamic cosmopolitanism display a similar polarization in the way meanings are constructed around its understanding when seen from an Islamic perspective. Its advocates hark towards an idealized vision of the Islamic past, where mobility meant intellectual interactions and fruitful cultural exchanges and encounters. In recent times, the idea of an inherent cosmopolitan nature within Islam has been at the center of, has been reclaimed by those neoliberal Muslims keen to correct the obscurantism, sectarianism, and violence that is often ascribed to Muslim societies by non-Muslim observers. However, at the opposite end of the spectrum, there is the Islamic understanding of cosmopolitanism as something foreign, imposed from external forces onto the Muslim Commonwealth via crusades, colonial administration, recent Western-led wars, hence provoking systems of resistance. Defenders of Islamic cosmopolitanism have been drawing resources from the past to present evidence gathered through the lens of Muslim urbanite cosmopolis from a pre-modern Islamic history. Until recently, Al-Andalus was hailed as the home of the model cosmopolitan society, but could this be, in fact, misplaced nostalgia for an idealized past? Enter the Fatimids. In this paper, I will share some examples of how the Fatimids have in recent times become part of some of today's Muslim cosmopolitan discourses, how the Fatimids feature as part of today's Muslims' assimilation of divergent voices. Those who have an investment in projecting their cosmopolitan orientations, how do they go about using the Fatimids to display them? What kind of agendas do they betray? And to anticipate a question by Dr. Daftari, is there any use in looking at these particular uses now? Is there any point in considering this topic? I will look first at discourses that sought to erase the Fatimids from such orientations in the modern era, and then at their reinscription based also on material currently available in the digital Cosmopolis. Okay, so erasing the Fatimids first, and thank you for Dina. Thank you, Dina, for anticipating some of the points that I'm going to raise here. And I'm indebted to Professor Saunders for her wonderful work on what I'm going to briefly expose here. So the case of Egypt. By the 19th century, a number of strategies that erased the Fatimids from collective memory had been adopted that we see reflected in the way in which the foreign protected Ottoman regime of Egypt chose to represent the country to its subject and the world. In Cairo, the respective agendas of colonial and Ottoman imperial spheres converged in 1881 with the formation of a committee established to list all the monuments of Arab art they considered worth of preservation. The result was a rebranding of the city into their version of an authentic medieval Cairo as essentially Mameluke, something that Egyptians collectively came to accept as representing the national past. On the international scene, a tangible example of this canonization of medieval Cairo as a Mameluke construct at the expense of the Fatimid origins of the city can be found in shows that became the ultimate way for Western regimes to advertise ideologically charged cosmopolitan orientations. Universal exhibitions that took place in Europe and the United States in the 19th century were mega shows that formed a new way to celebrate colonial national might and industrial innovation while showcasing to broad audiences at home what the rest of the colonized world looked like. At the 1889's Exposition Universelle of Paris, a pavilion called Rue du Caire was a stage consisting of the reconstruction of an imaginary street lined with 25 replicas of Islamic buildings located in old Cairo. None were Fatimids except a replica of one gate of Al-Azhar mosque, but included to reflect a time when this institution had already become a Sunni theological learning institution. Alphonse Delors de Galéon, the architect curator of the display and connoisseur of Egypt, in his catalogue for the exhibition, did not mention the Fatimids at all. He dated instead the foundation of Cairo back to the Arab conquest with its heart around the Al-Amr and Ibn Tulun mosques. He attributed to Saladin the construction of the city's famous Fatimid gates, and with reference to the mosque, he called Al-Hakim a sultan of the 14th century. In paying tribute to the bastion of Sunni Islam, there was no room for celebrating Cairo's indebtedness to its Shi'i Fatimid founders, not even as a fantasy. Fast forward to 1969, and this is when Nasser staged celebrations and events to mark 1,000 years of the foundation of Cairo. Once again, nationalist agenda had the better over historical accuracy. In all the speeches that I could find, Nasser never mentioned the Fatimids. And in all the like coffee table books or products that were issued at the time, the Fatimids are hardly ever mentioned, or they're mentioned in passing, and we really need to go to the very specialist publications of the time to find, at page 193, that the Fatimids are mentioned as the founders of Cairo. Hello, this is 969, sort of, there is a clue in the date here, but this doesn't seem to preoccupy those who organized those events to celebrate the 1,000 years. Then we go into the late 70s and early 80s, and the leadership of the Dawoodi Bohras, with gaining permission from the Egyptian government, set in motion a massive Bohra-financed restoration program of Fatimid landmarks in the capital. So we see here a shift of reinscribing the Fatimids in the landscape. Since the Bohras have reclaimed their Fatimid past through taking since then, the Bohras have reclaimed their Fatimid past through taking symbolic ownership of Cairo's Fatimid architecture with their distinctive, if controversial, restoration program. While reinscribing Islamic pluralism upon the Cairo landscape, with that program, the Bohras give also authoritativeness to their own adoption of a Neo-Fatimid style in new mosques and other applications, as a unifying visible vocabulary to share across their scattered cosmopolitan communities. Ollie will tell us more about this, I suspect. Okay, now reinscribing the Fatimids in mainstream Muslim political discourse. In the first part of 2007, an unlikely apologist of the dynasty and its age came forward in the person of the late Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi. Al-Gaddafi emerged as a champion of the Fatimids in a series of speeches where he glorified them as beacons of tolerance and cultural advancement. Tapping into the cosmopolitan understanding underpinning the concept of Ummah, al-Gaddafi dismissed the divide between Muslims as Persian Shia and Sunni Arabs. To him, all Muslims could be said to be Shia, to revere the Ahlul Bayt was not an exclusive to Shi'is, but something that all Muslims did, in the same way as adhering to the Sunnah to the Prophet was not exclusive to Sunnis. To Gaddafi, the only triumph that the descendants of the Prophet achieved was the realization of the Fatimid Empire. Fatimid Shi'ism was part of North African identity and culture. Gaddafi saw Egypt as the heart of the Fatimid Caliphate that spearheaded the cultural dominance that the country has been enjoying since. What was al-Gaddafi's agenda? His newly found Islamic ecumenism and the calling for a Fatimid revival was intended, in fact, as an oblique critique against other Arab governments of his day, the Saudis above all. By endorsing the Fatimids, al-Gaddafi deliberately sought to imply that the descendants of the Prophet had more right to rule than the Saudi royal family. The Saudis took the bite. In response to this provocation, the Saudis condemned Gaddafi's glorification of the Fatimids with articles that ridiculed that era. Scholars of the Permanent Committee for Religious Research and Opinions slammed the Fatimids in a legal opinion of the 8th of April 2007, stating that the Fatimids were infidel, godless, depraved atheists who renounced Islam and believed in Zoroastrianism. The fatwa greatly alarmed the community of the Sulaimani Ismailis based in Najran on the Saudi border with Yemen. To these Ismailis, the fatwa rang as a deliberate insult and a cause of great concern, since the taking aim at a period of Islamic history relevant to their identity could serve the Saudi regime as an expedient for repression against them. The Ismailis of Najran presented formal complaints to a government human rights body, and even religious scholars in Egypt or Sunnis reacted negatively to the fatwa, which debased an important chapter of the country's history. So the whole thing became a kind of international, became internationally known through Reuters. Reuters reported all this going on. Okay. Now, varied examples of discourses constructed around the Fatimids can be found in the digital sphere. Digital cosmopolitanism can be described as a social world with an open horizon in which new cultural models take shape in encounters between the local and the global. Virtual expressions of cosmopolitan relations happen in technologically mediated networks of symbolic exchanges, communications, and interactions across the internet. The internet opens up spaces for specific types of subcultural cosmopolitan relationships found in expressions of curiosity and openness arising in online consumption of other cultures, as well as in greater self-reflection emerging out of discursive intercultural encounters. Like cosmopolitanism, which has its roots in the communicative structures embedded in the social interactions, virtual cosmopolitanism is contingent upon the social technological capabilities of the internet to mediate, reciprocate, and bridge cross-cultural connections within and across national boundaries, more or less what we are doing here. Now, for these reasons, the idea of virtual cosmopolitanism as a, quote, cosmopolitanism facilitated by mediated social spaces is framed by a debate on the explicit effects of the internet on shared social capital. So this is a bit what Asli Shaw was, the networks that Asli Shaw was talking about in his presentation at the beginning of the conference, but the kind of network, but on steroid, let's put it that way. Okay. So these effects can be seen in the way the Fatimids have become a fixture in this social shared social capital. In one episode of the YouTube channel Home Team History, the Fatimids are presented as part of African history and are capitalized upon as positive example from the past to inform Black history via the coverage of the Black Fatimid army contingents. This topic is obviously treated in a selective and revisionist manner and apologetically to fit to one core agenda, the recognition of the contribution of Blacks to world history. In keeping with this approach, Arab sources are denounced for calling Blacks at the service of the Fatimids, both Sudanese and Abid, interchangeably, thus perpetuating an understanding that Black automatically meant a slave. The division between Maghariba, Masharika, and Sudanese is challenged with the claim that all contained Black elements of sort. Apologetically, the Blacks are described as faithful to the Fatimids as major players in Fatimid history, brilliant fighters against the Crusaders. The Fatimids are here reimagined to become a source of empowerment for the real public that is behind a virtually connected cosmopolitan Black community. Okay, now we look at games. Total War is a UK series of strategy games. In 2006, Medieval 2 Total War was released, a game praised by critics for its realism and historical accuracy. The game is framed around the challenge of building an empire across medieval Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East during the period spanning between 1087 and 1321. Here, the Fatimids enter the game world as a faction. In the guidance notes for players, the Fatimids are described in very complimentary terms as standing out for its tolerance, ruling over an expanding empire. Challenges for the Fatimid gamer are to fight off the Crusaders and the rise of Sunni Turkish counterpowers. But the players are also promised expansion and consolidation to be potentially quick and successful. With each faction featuring royal families, agents, generals, soldiers, etc., the player's quest for distinctive traits and historical accuracy has resulted in the Fatimids being strongly discussed among the gamers. For example, questions are raised in forums around the dates and events, as well as guidance on how to best represent oneself as a Fatimid in terms of choice of colors, banners, styles, insignia. With the Total War games, the Fatimids, both as a historical reality and as a fantasy, have become part of a conversation that defies borders. I'm sure this slide will make Ali very happy because look, there are the crescents there at the corner. I swear I didn't choose this on purpose, it just happened. So here is, okay, another game I looked at is Crusader II, The Monarch's Journey. The Fatimids are also represented with their Sulahids mod, with Queen Arwa being one of the avatars of choice. Gamers side with or against the Fatimids. One player, for example, naming themselves, I hate the Fatimids, to embody a Shi'a assassin poised to destroy the Fatimids. Here too, history and fantasy are deployed as interaction devices that go beyond the play itself, as the boundary between gaming and social networking is blurred. The Fatimids feature in games as an expression of cultural openness, interest, curiosity, and willingness to recognize, engage, and learn about the historical other. Okay, beside the games, within digital Islamic cosmopolitanism, discourses embedding the Fatimids have been serving a variety of agendas. At one end of the spectrum, there is, for example, a 12-year Shi'i preacher who, as part of his anti-Abbasid tirade, in a YouTube video for the Muslim Youth Foundation, encourages young Shi'is to look at the Fatimids as champions of a meritocratic regime and exhorts them to follow their example in scholarly endeavor and specialism. At the opposite end, YouTube channels like Come to Islam, in championing Sunnism, blame the success of the Crusaders in Jerusalem on the weakness caused by the Shi'i Fatimids. By contrast, the digital channel, the Ismaili TV, points audiences to the Fatimids as beacons of protection of their subjects, tolerance, inclusivity, as well as precursors of values and attitudes appropriate for the 20th and 21st century. Among them, the emphasis is on the intellect as enabling a better understanding among people, the paramount importance they gave to knowledge, opening, learning, and debating. Digital media offer boundary-free, immersive pedagogical opportunities, can illuminate on today's perspectives and uses of the past, attract new, diverse, pluralistic audiences to historical debates. To the digital cosmopolitan, digital media offer the opportunity to shift across diverse histories and societies for solace as much as for ideological reasons. Within an Islamic framework, the case of the Fatimids in digital media shows the opportunity to undo a perception of Islamic history and doctrines as monolithic. These experiences of the past can in turn impact the present in a real way. On the one hand, we witness an engagement with an Islamic dynasty and an age noted for tolerance, inclusivity, intellectualism, promotion of the arts, and indeed cosmopolitanism. On the other, however, this very engagement can lead to the perpetuation of stereotypes. In games, warfare is the typical format used to reenact medieval scenarios, and the Fatimids are not the exception. With that, through the reenactment, the memory of old rivals in religion-inspired conflicts risk being perpetuated to be used as precedents to settle perceived old scores and unfinished business. In challenging a cultural homogenization that tends to subsume diverse cultures under dominant models, Exploring the digital Fatimids offers the opportunity to present a chapter of Islamic history as integral part of a growing range of cosmopolitan possibilities. Thank you very much. And I would like to, I think I ran out of time, so I can't add anything, can I? But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delia. We hopefully will come back to this in the Q&A time. And meantime, enjoy all the wonderful conversations on the chat box around your fascinating presentation. Thank you. Over to you now, Oli.
All right. Well, as I'm recovering from these wild Fatimid digital games, let me start by thanking Gregory, Bilotto, and of course you also for organizing this wonderful conference. Especially Gregory, thank you for your patience. I'm in the middle of my maternity leave, so things have been chaotic and you've been very patient with me. I think this was a very special sort of almost mesa for Fatimid studies that Shainul, you and Gregory and the others have created. And well, I was really thinking of this term of Fatimid mania, and that this is sort of a shared space where we could all, express our Fatimid mania. But now, having seen these computer games, perhaps this term is not so far off. Right, so my presentation is titled Documentary Remains of a Fatimid Past in Gujarat. And well, I'm in the privileged position somehow to be at the end of this conference. And I know everyone must be exhausted, so I will try and do my best to keep this as brief as possible. However, it is very difficult because well, I mean, I should probably say a few words about sort of my research. I look at the community of the Boras, both through the lens of their manuscripts and documents, but also as an anthropologist. So having spent time with the Boras in Gujarat, I've learned to also look at the Fatimids through their lens. And that's why it has been a real pleasure well, seeing all of your presentations, because there are so many connections which I think are incredible, from social practices of crossing inscriptions to the readings of al-Kirmani, and whether we can call this Neoplatonic, lunar calendars. I will go on. I can go on, and I will try to sort of interweave these into the presentation. There was actually, concerning the question of Fatimid cosmopolitanism, Paula Sanders made a very, very accurate statement, I felt, about sort of the imperial ceremonial idiom of the Fatimids, and that it can only be meaningful, as she said, in a cosmopolitan context. And I think that was of course also meant in the terms of or in the context of sartorial practice. However, I think this imperial ceremonial idiom has also gained new life among the Boras today when it comes to documentary practice. So in the last days, we have seen magnificent papers on Fatimid material culture, however, there has been one sort of topic which hasn't been discussed very much, and for very good reason, and that's a topic of book culture as material culture in the Fatimid and post-Fatimid period. Fatimid manuscripts, well, it is a very complex sort of topic, because on the one hand, we have the problem of access, because we know, of course, that copies and copies of Fatimid authors are still existing among the Boras in Gujarat. However, due to strong practices of secrecy and taqiyya, they are difficult to access. And then on the other hand, within the field of Ismaili studies, for decades, we have had this paradigm of the total destruction of the Fatimid royal book treasuries, which recently, of course, has been debunked by Fozia Bora's wonderful book, where she actually demonstrates that Fatimid manuscripts from the royal khizanat kept on circulating centuries after the fall of the empire on the book markets in Damascus and Cairo as, of course, very valuable commodities. And of course, on Monday, she also, I think, very eloquently showed how many Fatimid texts continued also to have a very rich social afterlife as they were sort of continue to exist in texts of non-Ismailis. Right, but of course we are faced with sort of this problem. How can one really say something about Fatimid book culture as material culture when actually, in fact, at least in the academic community, thus far, we have not really seen any manuscripts from the Fatimid period. And with that, I mean manuscripts copied during this period. Of course, we have seen exemplars from the Yemeni period, from the post-Fatimid period in Yemen, which have come very close to sort of the end of the Fatimid Empire. There are claims, of course, that among the Bohras in Gujarat, we have Fatimid copies. I thus far have not seen them. Right, so that leaves us with a problem. How can we really say anything about Fatimid book culture if we don't have any manuscripts? Now, it is of course not entirely true because as Dr. Daftari has already mentioned, we've had the Hamdani collection, Zahid Ali collection, and many others, these wonderful family collections which have been donated to the IIS. And I think this has been a very important sort of, change in Ismaili studies, because it was for the first time that especially these works could be studied as also the intellectual histories that they preserve. However, what I am doing is a little bit different. So instead of studying Bohra manuscript copies of Fatimid and post-Fatimid authors in family collections, I studied them in situ. And with that, I mean in the Bohra communities today, where they are still copied and read and also memorized and taught from and orated from in these communities. So I am really looking into a living Ismaili manuscript culture of which these Fatimid and post-Fatimid authors are part of. And I think the original title of this talk also mentioned the Bohras as Neo-Fatimids, which is, we've seen this term now several times today in the context of architecture. And it was, of course, Paul Sanders who coined this very brilliant term. And I think it works very, very well in the context of the Bohras as a community. So I'm sort of extending that notion from architecture to how the Bohras really see themselves as heirs of the Fatimid today. And we must remember there's not too much time to actually go into sort of the history of the Bohras and the Tayyibis and the schisms, but we must remember that whereas, for instance, the Nizari Ismailis, of course, claim their genealogical link to the Fatimids through a living Imam today, through His Royal Highness Yaga Khan, to the Bohras, they don't have a living Imam. They believe that their last Imam was Imam Tayyib, who went into occupation right before the fall of the Fatimid Empire. And therefore, their link with the Fatimids is therefore thus not through a human being, but through a material, uninterrupted chain of manuscript transmission. And I can imagine that some of you are thinking, I thought she was going to talk about documents, but she's talking about manuscripts. I will talk about documents, but it is before we can sort of understand sort of documentary leftovers from the Fatimids in Bohra manuscript collections and documentary collections. We must first understand sort of the way they are enshrined in the communities. Now, I won't say too much about the Bohras, assuming or hoping that the community is somehow familiar to the audience, also because we don't have much time. But just as a quick map of India, there are 3 Bohra groups: the Sulaimanis, the Daudis, and the Alawis. And I have done my fieldwork mostly among the Alawi Bohras of Baroda. You can see Baroda, and well, that's basically with this round circle around it. And I've stayed with the community for several months on the invitation of the Dai, cataloging their manuscript collection. And while I was among the Alawis, I couldn't sort of get around the fact that Fatimid authors such as Qadi al-Nu'man, Sijistani, Shirazi, al-Kirmani, and I can go on, play, well, I would say a central role in the day-to-day life of the believers. As I said, manuscripts are copied by hand, so we have a living manuscript tradition. Manuscripts are taken to the Majlis where they are orated from, they are used for memorization and so forth. And here we see actually quite modern copy of the Da'am al-Islam, the companion of Ismaili fiqh. So in this sense, sort of the link of the Bohras with the Fatimids is very much alive. Now I have 2 images here to sort of illustrate a little bit the world of the Alawi Bohras. On our left side, we see the Dai of the community, who is the head of a sacerdotal royal family and also the head of the clerics. And we see him, so his title is Sayyidna Sahib Hatim Zakiuddin, and we actually see him here copying a manuscript by hand. On the right side, we see the Bohra, sort of the highest layer of the Bohra clergy, on its way to the mosque during a Muharram procession. So in the middle, we see the late Dai, and next to him, the Muqasir Sahib, Ra's al-Hudud Sahib, and Mazun Sahib. And I am mentioning these clerical titles, especially for those who were on the Fatimid Dawah and Dai panel earlier, because they must, I think, ring a bell. These, again, are also Fatimid titles that we find in many treatises on the Dais from the Fatimid period. And again, these things are still very much alive. Now, in my forthcoming book, and I apologize here a little bit for the self-promotion, but I just heard yesterday that the book is coming out in July, so I'm very excited about this. I asked a question: can we speak of sorry, I'm in the middle of a talk. That was my dad. Sorry about that. Can we speak of a lost Fatimid Khizana in Gujarat? And this is sort of a little bit of flirtation with Marina Rustov's book, The Lost Archive, in a way, which I think has already been discussed. But obviously, from an anthropological perspective, well, looking at how the community sees itself, the Dai and the Mazum Sahib, for instance, told me, well, our collection of manuscripts is sort of the only leftover of from the mother treasury of books, or the royal libraries of Fatimid Cairo, right? We continue that uninterrupted chain. We are sort of the saviors of and the custodians of this tradition. So one could argue, well, that's a lovely narrative, and that's how I actually saw it for a long time. Because when you're in the field, you just take it all in, so to say. However, what is undeniable, and Dr. Daftari knows this because he has been to Baroda and he has been to this manuscript collection, he's visited this manuscript collection, is that there are indeed many of these Fatimid authors present in the collection. And also, I think the way the Bohras refer to this repository, I think is very telling. They don't refer to it as a library or an archive, but they refer to it as the Khizanat al-Kutub al-Sharifa, so the exalted treasury of books. And it is this exact term, and it was also mentioned earlier, of course, by Ayman Fuad Sayyid in his talk. This Khizanat al-Kutub is actually the term that was also used in Fatimid times to refer to the royal sort of caliphal or imamic library. We know this from Geniza documents, we know this from the work from Paul Walker, of course, from Jeffrey Kahn, and others. Right, this brings me to the question of documents and also the mobility of books and documents. So in my work, I refer to the Khizanat al-Kutub as the treasury of books, which is a literal translation to keep as close to what the Boras use themselves. And we don't have time at all to go into detail of how this transmission of and the mobility of manuscripts and documents actually took place. But just very briefly, there are two stages in which these books, these manuscripts, must have moved around. And this is where documents come in, because it is the documents of the Khizana that have actually documented this. So the first movement is from Fatimid Cairo to Sulayhed Tayyib, Yemen, because as we know, the Boras follow Imam Tayyib, who at the time, right before the fall of the empire, as a child was taken to Yemen. Now, what is important also to realize is that Imam Tayyib to the Boras is considered the last Fatimid Imam. Now, to perhaps other lineages, Imam Tayyib is not considered an Imam, but to the Boras, he was the last Fatimid Imam, who then went into an occultation. Now, the story or the narrative of the community is that with sort of this movement from Cairo to Yemen, followers of Imam Tayyib took with them a substantial amount of makhtutat, of manuscripts. In reality, this is probably a process that took much longer and did not happen in one sort of movement. We have, however, much more documentary evidence when it comes to the mobility of the Tayyibi Ismaili Khizana towards Gujarat. So that is the second installment from Tayyibi, Yemen to Bora, Gujarat. There are letters called Qaratis al-Yemen, which describe this detail, which describe this movement in very much detail, which, well, not too much time left, so I describe this also in the forthcoming book. But when we, of course, talk about, because the mobility of Ismaili manuscripts or Tayyibi manuscripts, Ismaili Fatimid manuscripts, however you want to call them, I think has a larger context, which is the context of the mobility of objects and commodities over the Indian Ocean. And of course, when we talk about the movement of documents and goods in the Indian Ocean and their documentation, of course, we have sort of this model of sacred trash, which is the model of the Geniza documents, right? And if we ask the question of what survived and why within the Geniza tradition, and these documents survived because they could not be discarded, right? And that's why we as academics are able to study them today. However, in the Bora tradition, it is actually the opposite. We sort of can trace the opposite development or phenomenon, where we see that a lot of documents were actually enshrined in the Tayyibi Bora Khizana tradition. So it's not that they could not be discarded, they were actually enshrined as sacred objects. So I think the audience knows this better than me. There are several sijilat, of course, from the Fatimid period that are known and that were sort of as diplomatic documents were sent from Cairo to Yemen, such as the Sijilat al-Mustansiriya, which is a collection of diplomatic letters between between the Sulayhids in Yemen and the Fatimids in Cairo. And this is an example where we see that the Sijilat al-Mustansiriya, even though as official diplomatic correspondence, they must have originally taken the codicological form of a vertical roll or a sigil. In the Khizana tradition of the Tayyibis and later Boras, these documents are recopied in manuscripts. And when I was cataloging the collection in Baroda, I came across many manuscripts that were actually containing documents. However, they were sort of enshrined in the codex. And looking at sort of the social role of these manuscripts in the Bora community, and I actually forgot to mention this, but these manuscripts can only be accessed by the highest clerics and have also a status, a sacred status, and a certain sacred materiality is attributed to them. In this context, it makes a total sense that these official examples of correspondence were literally enshrined in the codex. And also, of course, an easier way to preserve them. Right, but we know that, of course, among the Tayyibis, through basically these manuscripts that contain official sijilat, the text of sijilat and decrees and diplomatic correspondence, we know that the Tayyibis must have had these types of documents in the codicological form of a roll. And that's also how this documentary practice and format must have traveled to Gujarat among the Boras. Because, and I sort of call this like the social meaning of the sigil, among the Alawis, but I've seen this among the Dawlis as well. The whole format, but also the performative aspect of the sigil as sort of an official document that can be orated from still exists. In fact, there are many examples of social practices where this format of the sigil has been taken on. Now, the most important example, I would say, is the Nas sigil. And this, again, is something that, well, must be familiar for those who have worked on questions of Nas in the Fatimid period. So the whole notion of Nas is, of course, this idea of the divine designation, right? So it is always the question of when a caliph, imam, or even a da'i in the context of the Boras, when he dies, there is always the question who will receive the Nas, right? Who is the next Mansus? Which obviously has caused for all kinds of schisms and problems. But while I was on ziyarat, on pilgrimage, with the Alawis, when we went to Ahmedabad, during one of the sort of majalis, the da'i, actually we see that here on the picture, he revealed after a long performance where he talked about the different schisms, a photocopy of a Nas sigil of this was not a Fatimid Nas sigil, this was a Bora Nas sigil, because the Boras have also experienced several schisms, and this was the Nas sigil of one of the most important Alawi da'is. Another type of sort of sigil scroll that has
Olivia,
found its
nearly coming to the end of our time. So if you want
to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So is the Ahd scroll, I think we'll leave that for that, but that's another reference to the Fatimids. Here we have a few examples as well. And I'm coming to the end now. Well, I think, it's both the codicological form in a way that was preserved in the Bora community, as well as the terminology of using the sigil and its social usage. But it was an important aspect of the Fatimid sigil, or the sigilat, is that an alama was written to sort of authorize, or like it was used as a royal seal, right? So as Paul already explained, we had the secretaries who would write a sigil, but it was the Fatimid imam who would write his alama, right, with a certain motto. So very briefly, today among the Boras, there is this practice of the alama writing that the da'is perform. We have an example here of alama writing in account books. And these alamat, this practice in a way, I mean, it almost functions as a talisman. It is a royal seal that can be found, for instance, when you buy a new house, the dye comes to your house, you write the alamat, you wash the ink away, you drink it, it has talismanic purposes. And I will end just with a final thing. We return to the Sijilat al-Mustansiriyya, because I have been wondering, where does this practice of the alamat come from, knowing that the alamat was written on top of a document? And it was actually the critical edition of the Sijilat al-Mustansiriyya, where I found a facsimile picture of a Bora manuscript, and it is a small marginal note which gives us an idea. So if we read the marginal note above, it reads بِخَطْ الْيَدْ الشَّرِيفَ النَّبَوِيَّةِ, which is written on top of the Hamdallah following the Basmala. Now the Hamdallah and the Basmala is used for the Bora alamat. But originally in these Fatimid decrees, that is where, of course, the Fatimid Imam would have written his alama in a way. And well, it is very clear that this has been sort of noted here in the marginal note, giving a sacred status to the alamat. And I really think that sort of this manuscript / document in a way explains how this practice came into being. And with that, I would like to end. I have still a lot to say, but we can discuss it in the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oli. That was very, very interesting. And this whole panel has, of course, provided much food for thought and for recreation, thanks to Delia. All right, that brings an end to this particular panel. I am truly grateful to each one of you. It's been a pleasure chairing such an insightful panel. Just a quick few closing remarks then about the conference. For us, this coming together of scholars across many disciplines, including art, architecture, archaeology, history, religion, politics, literature, and the list could go on, has been an incredible majlis, an incredible gathering of what we would call seasoned rock stars, as some of you have been called, of the field, as well as the rising stars of the field. So we are truly very grateful for each one of you, each of the presenters, each of the moderators, and the participants. We are delighted that we had over 1,000 registrants for the conference, which tells us that, in fact, while the Fatimids, of course, were a very significant phenomenon of their world, and had their influence and ethos and of interconnectedness right across the Mediterranean, the Red Sea world, into the Indian Ocean worlds, etc. The fact that they generate this level of interest and engagement, and now even recreation, as Delia has pointed out for us, is really, truly remarkable, and for us a great sign of the healthy interest in the field. We are very, very, as I said, pleased about everyone's contributions. Look forward to another conference from us towards the later part of 2022. We hope to organize a conference on Ismaili studies. And we hope that at that point, unlike this time, where we couldn't host you at the Aga Khan Center, for that one, inshallah, if the variants have calmed themselves, we will actually have you come, those of you who can, physically to the Aga Khan Center. We will hope to have a hybrid event, but we will also make the online option available, because it is this online connectivity that has actually allowed scholars and participants from across the oceans and the continents to actually connect onto this gathering of people. So it remains for me finally to thank the organizing team. They have been incredible. All the behind the scenes work that they have put together, of course, starting with Gregory Bilotto himself as the convener. He's been working away, beavering away at this conference for several months, and we are truly grateful to him. We also have Sarah Campbell, we have Sushil, we have Russell Harris, we have Noshin. We also had some people who were helping with the troubleshooting like Sohail and Rafiq, and the events team have made sure that we've stayed hydrated right through the course of these events. So truly grateful to everyone. With this, I bring and of course, all of this under the leadership of our director, who truly embodies this spirit of scholarship and openness and interconnectedness that we truly are grateful for. So with this, I bring the formal proceedings of the conference to a close, and we will leave the connection on for at least another 15 minutes. So please feel free to do what we would normally do after the conference, catch up and have a little bit of a chat and all the wonderful comments and questions that you may want to respond to. So thank you very much, and goodbye, and stay safe and stay well. Thank you.